Oh boy, there it is. Hello and welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's Let's Build. Today, with a very special new commander for competitive Pauper Commander cPDH. You're going to have to pardon me, my voice is a little shot today. I'm dealing with a little bit of congestion and cold. Oh my god, and there's my phone replaying my voice back to me. But welcome everybody, connoisseurs of we are so spun up today. Oh my god. Erosium, we've got Where's My Pants in the chat. Today we are talking about Orzhov, so you know we're stoked. We're going to try and get through it with this throat. You're going to be hearing me checking my throat all the time because I've had a little bit of a cough. So let me know that the audio is coming through loud and clear. Looks like it's good on my end here. I am super stoked about this one. We've got Pants here saying I'm a huge Dune fan. Me as well. Dune is one of my favorite series of all time. Of course, this is not a Dune card, but the fact that it had Baron in it made me think the Atreides will die in the dark. Such an epic and sinister character, and this is a sinister commander, and I'm really excited to talk about it today. So, without further ado, let's get started and let's talk about Baron Bertram Graywater. So we have a 4 mana legendary creature, Vampire Noble, and it is a 3/4. This is our commander today. And one of the first things that struck me about this commander is that it's durable. It passes the black 4 toughness creature test. And that is really, really big because we've got an engine on our hands and we want that engine to be on for a long time. And Baron doesn't die to a lot of the things that might accidentally kill it, such as Sulphurous Blast, Breath Weapon, Fiery Cannonade, because it's 4 toughness. Okay, other things that do not kill it: Lightning Bolt, Snuff Out, non-fully charged Galvanic Blast, Frostbite. Any of the 1 mana 3 damage type things, collateral damage, which is now kind of in TPI. There's a lot of cards out there that deal 3 damage for 1 mana, and this doesn't die to it. It also does not die to a lot of black removal. It's not going to die to things like Ghastly Demise, Vendetta, Spinning Darkness. Snuff Out, of course, is in there too. Doomblade, Terror. And yeah, Doomblade and Terror do see play because they are black and a colorless. They're much more splashable. This guy also does not die to Victim of Night because it is a vampire, right? This guy does not die to a lot of things. And that is really, really appealing to me as someone who loves playing mid-range. But it's also meaning that we are not killing our own commander and our own engine with the best black cards we have available. Cards like Drown in Sorrow, Crypt Rats, Pestilence, Evankar's Justice. All these cards, we don't have to like tiptoe around accidentally killing our commander with these cards that we definitely want to play in our deck because they're finishers, they're control pieces, they just do so much for us. And so this guy passes a lot of the tests that I wanted to see at first from this commander. But the other thing is that it's a 4 mana commander, which might seem like a lot. But with 2 mana rocks, we can play this as early as turn 3. So we can be rushing this out there. And the way that we rush it is that we're actually going to be really leaning into having a lot of mana rocks. Like, why not play a ton of mana rocks if we can convert them into cards later on? You can see here, you can pay 1 and a black at instant speed to sacrifice a creature or an artifact to draw a card, which means we can actually oversaturate our deck a little bit with mana rocks that help us rapidly move up the curve and generate a lot of essentially mana tempo for us. We're progressing our game plan very rapidly into more game actions, bigger main phases, and doing more with our turns. And we're never really punished for it because at the end of the day, we can just tap our mana rocks to sack our mana rocks to draw more cards. So you could see like a late game scenario where maybe you just drew really badly. You have like a long string of draws that don't work out for you very well, and you have a bunch of mana rocks. And at end step, you didn't really do anything during your turn. You just like sack 2 or 3 of them, right? And you refill, you flush your hand with new cards. So essentially, we're going to be able to guarantee a lot of consistency with getting this guy out on turn 3 with having a lot of 2 mana rocks that eventually are just going to feed into our game plan of giving us a lot of gas in the mid and late game. And the thing to keep in mind is that this also sacks creatures. So we're not just playing mana rocks for, for no reason. We have the ability to sacrifice almost any game permanent we create or we play in our deck to generate card advantage. And that could come from a creature that ETBs and draws a card, like Dusk Legion Zealot, or one that LTBs or dies and draws a card, like Novice Occultist. Basically the same thing in this deck. Or the new spells that kind of create a 1/1 while also getting you a card. Mourner's Surprise, Emergency Weld, Mordor Muster. They're sorceries that create a 1/1 that also get us a card. They're basically the same thing fundamentally in the end. And so we're going to be able to generate a lot of card advantage from that. We can also sacrifice the tokens that we make. And anytime you see two effects that point towards each other on the same card, you should be really paying attention to it. Because we can sacrifice the things that we make in this deck. We can sacrifice the tokens that we create. So exactly how do we do that? This is the ability that's got this card so interesting, I think, is what made it so interesting. It's the pairing of this and the second ability. Whenever one or more tokens enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 black vampire rogue creature token with lifelink. This ability only triggers once each turn. So how does this work? You cast an Emergency Weld. You're going to get a soldier. Okay, the soldier, when it's created, when it enters, is going to create a vampire token. Note that it does not say creature token. It just says token. So what other cards are going to give us vampires? Let's take a look. Treasures, the most obvious one. So we've got cards like Greedy Freebooter here. Let's see, we'll point this way. Yeah, this one. Greedy Freebooter. We've got Deadly Dispute, both creating treasures at instant speed. Now note it's only once each turn, but if we can create these at instant speed by, say, sacrificing our Greedy Freebooter during our opponent's turn to create a treasure to also create a 1/1, okay? Or sacrificing a token or something like that with a Deadly Dispute, creating a treasure, it's also coming with a 1/1 body. What about clue tokens? We've got Novice Inspector, we've got Thraben Inspector, both of these creating clue tokens. They're also going to make a 1/1. There's more. What about blood tokens? Blood Fountain is a classic part. It's funny to call Plunder classic because Plunder is really kind of a new paradigm shift in terms of black card advantage. But Blood Fountain was kind of staple in black decks, black mid-range decks anyways. It now comes with a 1/1. In effect, Blood Fountain is a 1-mana 1/1 that comes with a blood token that also has an artifact that can be sacrificed to recover 2 creatures from our graveyard. And if you were to do the math on that, that's really, really pushed. That's really, really good. But it's not just blood tokens. What about food? What if we just late to dinner a Troll of Khazad-dûm and we get a food token? We're also going to get one of these frickin' vampires, right? Map tokens. Fanatical Offering being a great example. And there's not one on the screen here that I meant to include this one as well, but roll tokens, Wicked Roll token. So if you include Not Dead After All, for example, where you create a Wicked Roll token with a Grave Flicker attached to it, you're going to create a 1/1 as well. And all of these spells, when they come with a 1/1, it starts to change the dynamic because now we really don't need to necessarily allocate a huge number of slots to having, like fodder in our deck. We're going to still have to have some fodder to get this sort of train started, but we're not going to have to allocate as many slots because Baron is both the payoff, the sacrifice engine, and the food. And I'll tell you what, I've been playing Aristocrats a long time, and anytime you have a card that allows you to sacrifice to pay off the bodies that the card itself makes, you should pay attention, right? Because the problem Aristocrats always has had is that it wants to have the food to eat, it wants the thing that eats it, and you want some sort of a payoff. So you kind of want your Mortician Beetle, your carrier, your carrion feeder, and you want your, I guess what would be a nested shambler, right? You want them all in play at the same time. In 60 card, that's quite hard because they can, kill one of these things on the stack and kind of deny you all the things that you've been building up. Once it's getting started, you get a ton of value. But this card, Bertram Graywater, it just rewards us for something that black was already doing, that white was already doing, and then it combines and condenses all of those characteristics onto your command zone on a card that doesn't die to very many things. In fact, I forgot to mention this too, but there's no way in hell this thing dies to an edict. We have so many bodies in play, so we dodge edicts, we dodge sweepers, we dodge targeted removal. So what do we eat? Counter spells maybe? But like Baron Bertram Graywater doesn't kill you that quickly. So if you're countering Graywater, you have to be asking yourself, is there something else at the table that is just way more pressing than this card? And also, if we're ramping like crazy, is it going to feel like card disadvantage to have countered this commander to, you know, make us take a turn off? Is it going to feel like card disadvantage when I just like happily cast it again next turn? I think so. So a lot of exciting things here. Baron is a self-contained engine. Okay, this engine is all on one card. So let's recap really quick what Baron is doing. We're making bodies. Okay, we're making bodies every time a token comes in. Food, clue, roll tokens, blood tokens, treasure tokens, 1/1 tokens, bird tokens, spirit tokens, decayed zombie tokens. And I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to make all these tokens, because these are not bad cards that we're like stretching our deck, you know, like pulling it in weird directions to meet this criteria. It's like we were already playing Fanatical Offering, Deadly Dispute in the deck. Okay. We were already wanting to be playing Rowan's Grim Search, and now we have bodies in play that are tokens that we can sacrifice, because Bargain says token enchantment or what's the other one? I'm forgetting it. Anyways, but we've got tokens, right? You know, cards like Rotten Reunion, right? Made decayed tokens, and it was already a really good piece of graveyard hate because of the fact that it was graveyard hate that made two bodies on two separate casts that was really oppressive to flicker decks. We already want to play that card, and this is just like adding icing on the cake. It's then drawing cards off of those bodies, which is, now that I'm vocalizing it, like it's just a lot on a card. It's so good. This card is so good. And it's omnivorous. And I want to like emphasize how important this is. The fact of the matter is, being able to eat artifacts and creatures is really, really important, because that means we can actually play Village Rites and Corrupted Conviction. And Village Rites and Corrupted Conviction, I guess what I mean to say actually is there are some black decks out there that don't play Corrupted Conviction and Village Rites because they don't have a plethora of bodies, right? This deck makes the bodies that we need to be able to play both of those cards. Being able to eat both artifacts and creatures means we can eat our mana rocks. We can eat, I mean, literally, if we don't have a Plunder effect in hand, you could see a turn where we go like turn one, I guess it'd be like turn 1 Astrolabe, turn 2 Arcane Signet, turn 3 Baron, turn 4, you go Ichor Wellspring or Mycosynth Wellspring and sack it with the Baron and no Plunder in hand, right? He is the Plunder. This is like the perfect Plunder, right? And on top of that, he's super durable. He's super thick. Like 4 toughness black creature, doesn't die to like a lot of the things that kill things in the format. And of course, it's Orzhov. Incredibly based color pairing in cPDH. I am strongly of the belief that Orzhov is anti-meta. It is the anti-meta color pair. If your opponent is pinging, if they're spreading the damage out that way, which is what a lot of mid-range and aggressive decks are doing, with pingers, Orzhov dumpsters it with Extort. Orzhov has the best reanimation in the game. They have access to so much. They have access to reanimation that brings back little creatures instantaneously, like Recommission, Return Triumphant, and Unearth. You also just get Late to Dinner and Dread Return. And Dread Return is so sick in this deck because we're making so many bodies. We're going to easily be able to flash that back. So we're able to recover our important pieces all the time. We're flooding the board with 1/1s, and they have lifelink. I don't know why they have lifelink, but like that little bit of text is not to be ignored. Like we have just tokens that not only block for us and attack for us and hold the Monarch, hold the initiative, provide fodder for us to sacrifice, but they also just happen to gain us life. I don't know if the fact that they're rogues is going to matter, but it might, right? Like the fact that they're vampires and that the commander is a vampire might mean that we get to play something like Pact Disdain, which is a really great removal spell. It's a 1 and a black, instant speed, choose a creature type, target creature gets -X, -X, where X is the number of creatures you have of that type or that are in play. I can't remember which one it is, but it's a black kindred payoff, basically. So we have the perfect plunder deck here. This deck draws a lot of cards, makes a lot of bodies, and it just generally goes, I think, really hard. We don't have I don't have the deck fully completed yet, but that's what we're going to work on now. So without further ado, let's take a look at the list. And I'm going to drop the link in the chat for you all here, so you can see what we're working with, and then we're going to pull it up and get to it. Let's get to some of your comments here. Oh boy, my voice is going quick. Erosium says, only being able to force to cast your commander once consistently every game is super underrated. Yeah, and this is really like the beauty of the positioning that we've got as a mid-range deck, right? There are problems in play that are so much more pressing than our big, hard-to-kill value engine. Like the best way to kill Baron is probably going to be like trying to put like an aura, like a witness protection, stasis field, deep freeze. But even that is not going to last very long because we have all of these ways to sacrifice our commander, whether it's with edicts, whether it's with our plunder effects. It's just, yeah, it's going to feel bad to like kill Baron. And he's probably like, by the time this commander becomes a problem, you probably don't have removal anymore, because you've used it on the more pressing problems, and it's probably too late. It would be my guess. And Where's My Pants says, black is nice with artifacts. It really is. Black is definitely a great color for artifacts. I think increasingly like black, red, blue, your Grixis colors are really just fabulous with artifacts for a lot of different reasons. So let's take a look at the list. Vladimir Harkonnen, of course, being the name of the game. Let's take a look at some of these categories here in a grid format. Maybe we can do, yeah, this will be good. So one thing that we're going to have to figure out is we have 125 cards in the deck right now. I think there's still a couple cards we're missing. But let's go through some of the cards that we could play, because one of the things I'm realizing in these Let's builds is that we don't always like come to a final build at the end of the stream. What I want to do is illustrate all the possible different avenues you could take, right? Because it's pretty hard to like build a deck fully completely in 2 hours, which is usually what these live streams are. But sometimes we do it, right? We have a good sense of what's going on, what's in the deck, what isn't. This deck has a lot of options. There's a lot of cards that are just like good in this deck that produce tokens, right? And one of the categories that we're going to be looking at is cards like Crawling Chorus, Doomed Traveler, Garrison Cat, Hunted Witness, Nested Shambler, Shambling Ghast, Carrier Thrall, Direfleet Hoarder. These cards that basically have the function of being 2 game objects on 1 cheap card. Okay, this deck loves that kind of thing, right? And the question is going to be, and actually we need to get a couple of other cards in here, because even though the Thraben Inspector and the Novice Inspector were in the presentation, they somehow didn't make it into the deck yet. I think that one of the things that I would like to do is to see that the deck has more, that the fodder that it plays is about doing something unique, not just about making another body. Because when we make the token, we always make a body, right? We're always going to get the body with Bertram, right, with the Baron. So something like Crawling Chorus, where it's making another 1/1. This one can't block, so this one traditionally does not see inclusion in decks that I play. But like Doomed Traveler might make the cut because it's a flying spirit token, which is really good. Being able to punch in for little bits of damage, take the initiative, control the initiative, the Monarch. We could forge it up. There's a lot of really cool things we can do with it. But something like Garrison Cat, right? when it dies, it makes a 1/1 white soldier token. I don't think that's going to make the cut, right? We're going to want something more like Novice Inspector, where we're getting 2 bodies out of it, really. I mean, this is crazy value. We're getting 2 power and 3 toughness on 2 bodies, and we're getting a clue token for 1 mana. Or, Nested Shambler, probably not, because it's just a body. Hunted Witness, just a body. Doom Traveler is a little bit different because a flying token is a lot better than that. Shambling Ghast makes a treasure. Greedy Freebooter actually scries 1 and makes a treasure. So these ones here are going to be premium because we can, we can plunder them on turn 2 with a Deadly Dispute and get a lot of treasures if we need to move right up the curve. That can act like ramp essentially. Something like Carrier Thrall is kind of interesting, but again, it's just a body. It is ramp, because we can sack that Scion token. So it's kind of like a treasure, a colorless treasure that's also a body. Direfleet Hoarder, Gleaming Barrier also makes a treasure. But there's some other ones. We got Nimble Right Schematic, which is going to be really, really good. This is a lot of bodies for 1 card, or a lot of permanents, I'll say. What's up, Shannon? How you doing? Good to see you. Plunder. That's right. We're getting our greedy, fat, Baron hands out, and we're going to squeeze, Rabin. Squeeze hard. There's been a lot of really cool cards printed for this deck, though, and I want to illustrate them one by one. This card is not terribly new, but I want to introduce this into your sort of collective black mage psyches. Emergency Weld is like the new Dusk Legion Zealot, and Dusk Legion Zealot wasn't, I think, a very premium card for a long time because the body is just so bad, right? But now with Plunder coming into play, and with a higher density of not only need for like cheap replaceable things that are drawing us cards that we can just sacrifice, but also things that are in the graveyard, Emergency Weld gets back artifacts and creatures. You imagine the sheer value in this deck of being able to play a Nihil Spellbomb on 1, plunder it away on turn 2, Emergency Weld, get it back to draw more cards. It breaks my brain a little bit. Emergency Weld can get back Cranial Plating, Ichor Wellspring, Mycosynth Wellspring, Mephitic Draught, Tithing Blade. It can get back friggin' Fleshbag Marauders, Vicious Battle Rager, and it's a freaking token, right? How cracked is this? We're gonna make 2 1/1s off of this. This card is really, really good. We're gonna love this card. Garrett, welcome to the chat. It says, do we prefer instant speed effects that create tokens during our opponent's turns so we can get 4 1/1s per turn cycle? Absolutely, Garrett. That's a really good point. And essentially, we want, if at all possible, we do want to maximize our creation of 1/1s. So we're probably going to make a 1/1 every single turn during our turn. And ideally, we'll have the ability to do it during other people's turn as well. We don't need to go too crazy on it, but the more 1/1s we have, the more we can draw, right? And the more we draw, the more mana rocks we hit, the more lands we hit, the more draw spells we hit, the more kill spells we hit. Generally speaking, draw more good, right? But Emergency Weld, really, really premium. I think this is like entering into sort of like premium black and black X. You want to be playing this card. The other one that was kind of quietly printed that not a lot of talk about it was Mordor Muster. This is just Dusk Legion Zealot, but in this deck it's more. This is 2 mana for 2 1/1s. This is Raise the Alarm that draws you a card and makes a 1/1 lifelink. What the hell? This is so good, right? And then we got Orcish Medicine. Now, I don't know if Orcish Medicine will make the cut for this because generally speaking, in Orzhov and in black decks, my preference, instead of protecting my creatures, is just to play more good cards. So instead of playing protection spells, we're just going to play more high quality draw spells, right? Because we can grind through that shit. The more cards we draw, the more likely we are to just randomly hit our Witch's Cottage or our Mortuary Mire. We can just get it back. Screw protecting the cards. Let's run them out, get the value for them. When they die, we'll get them back, or we'll just draw better cards, right? Let's just draw more cards. So Orcish Medicine is cool because it's instant speed, it protects something, or it grants it lifelink. Probably not that relevant. You could put it on a Troll of Khazad-dûm, but it's amassing an orc. We'll see. intuition says sideboard. That one's definitely interesting. We didn't talk about this, but Nadir's Nightblade and Mirkwood Bats are going to go hard as hell in this deck. Nadir's Nightblade is going to be sick. You could potentially drain people for a lot with this, right? Like imagine that you've been just doing your game plan. You get Nadir's Nightblade, and then upkeep you flip Crypt Rats into play off Throne of the Dead 3, right? Not ludicrous to imagine that you do that. You pay one damage, all those tokens leave, and every single one of them drains every single player for 1, and you gain 1. Right? Or every time you sacrifice one of these tokens, right? It's really, really good. And there's no way to like get in front of that trigger, right? You just have to like kill it when we don't have any mana. But even a treasure we could sacrifice to get the drain triggers. So it's like locked in. When you play this out, the tokens are going to give you damage, which is really, really good. We also have Mirkwood Bats, which is far more busted. Okay, like this card will end people. Right? Like this is so gross in this deck. Yeah, it's going to be really, really powerful. This is going to play really well with, cards like Dimir Houseguard, right? We got a bunch of great comments here. Let's see what we got. Rosium, Nimble Right Schematic takes advantage of that, though, through the Commander's Sack ability. Yep, that's right. And the Baron is on the gravy train with biscuit wheels, and it's all the way to Value Town with all these leapfrog plays. That's right. This is definitely some big brain Value Town, just grind your opponents to soup. This is like the colorless Colosseum under the, monochromatic or dichromatic sun of Seleucus Secundus. We're just like tossing our boys and girls here into the Colosseum to be like, eaten by like strange alien creatures and cut to pieces by Fade Routha. And then profit. The spice must flow. The spice is cards. Sharon says, I see the Kingpin's Pimp Imp. I hope it's a foil showcases bling rings. That's right. We got the Kingpin's pet here. And this is one of the parts of the deck that I'm really interested to see. Like, is this an extort deck? Orzhov does extort really, really well. And everything about Orzhov is just like super synergistic. Like even look at this, like Return Triumphant. What does it do, guys, gals? Oh, it makes a young hero roll token, right? So like they kill, like why protect our creatures? Like they kill your Syndic of Tithes and you're just like Return Triumphant, get it back, put a 1/1 vampire into play, profit. Like we don't need to protect them. We just get them back, right? And so I think that the, Aristocrats is a great finishing game plan. There is tension with the, with extort and with sweepers. I will say that. And with some of the good Orzhov cards, okay, there is tension between Bloodseeker and Suture Priest, which don't play well with these sweepers. You've got to forge them up before you can ever like sweep the board with them and play. And these things do a ton of work. They're some of like the best cards in white and black right now. They punish combo. They punish fair, go wide stuff. What's up, Alex? Good to see you, baby. But Syndic of Tithes, Tithe Drinker, Suture Priest, Bloodseeker, Creeping Bloodsucker, Kingpin's Pet to a degree. There's another one here. Those ones all kind of don't love the sweepers, right? Basilica Guards is totally fine with it. Our pingers like Nadir's Nightblade and Mirkwood Bats luckily have more toughness than they have power. So there is that. But that's fine. If we need to pop the board when we've got Pestilence, it's okay. Like, it's okay if we lose our extort creature. It probably already gained us a ton of life and did a bunch of damage. So yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at. There's also Battle Screech, which is pretty cool. Ironically, the tokens that come off of Baron are just black. They're not black and white. So we don't get to flashback with white creatures. So Battle Screech looks really good because it does like create tokens twice, and it's just a good card on its own. Battle Screech, it might look innocuous, but this is like 4 evasive bodies punching in the air. Right, like we have to imagine, like if they created a card that was this is better than that, but like a 4-mana 4/4 flying at common. That in this case it actually is like 6 power because we're getting tokens off of Baron. it would be really good. That's why they don't print flyers that have more power than they cost. They're usually less power than they cost, like 4 mana for a 3/2 flying or something terrible like that. This is really good. It's like very hard to deal with, except for sweepers, you know. So yeah, definitely love the Battle Screech. Triplicate Spirits is another one I think that's going to be super gas. Being able to cast this for near free is very appealing, you know. And again, they're flying spirit tokens. Let's keep moving on to the other ones. So some of the plunder effects, we've got Corrupted Conviction, Village Rites. I think this could be an Altar's Reap deck because it sacks creatures, you know, Costly Plunder, Deadly Dispute, Fanatical Offering. You know, maybe something like Altar's Reap and Costly Plunder. Maybe these don't make the cut because they don't do anything else. That's a possibility. But I think that they're fine. Like, there's no reason to not run them, I think, so far. Deadly Dispute, Fanatical Offering. We've got the classics, you know, Arkham's Astrolabe, Blood Fountain, Nihil Spellbomb, Ichor Wellspring, Mephitic Draught, and Mycosynth. That is the classic, like, fodder, you know, body. Oh, there's actually another one we need to add in here as well, and that is Haunt of the Dead Marshes. This is also another Lord of the Rings card that had a real effect on the way I build decks. And Haunt of the Dead Marshes, where did it go? Did it go to the bottom? Haunt of the Dead Marshes should know where it's supposed to go because I have these all pre-tagged. Where are ya? Haunt of the Dead Marshes. Is it not under creatures? That's silly. Okay. Haunt of the Dead Marshes. 1 mana, 1/1, scry 1. Comes back over and over and over again if you have a legendary creature. If you have a legendary creature, this becomes like just like even better than Persistent Specimen because it's actually giving you a scry. So this is kind of like half of a Dusk Legion Zealot, but it comes back over and over, and it comes back at instant speed. Very good card. We could play Persistent Specimen here as well if we wanted to, but I just don't think we're going to need necessarily Persistent Specimen because it doesn't give us any ETB value. Right? I think that's my only concern. We are going to be a Monarch and Initiative deck. Like, there's just no reason for us not to run it. It is complete gravy train. I actually don't have the Monarch in here, but we're going to play it. I think that Throne of the... we're going to want these cards. It's a lot of cards, right? But these bodies... The funny thing about it is, like, when you're doing Initiative... if you're doing Initiative, you often want to also be doing Monarch. It's not always the case, but often. Because you're playing the same cards to protect the Initiative that you would protect the Monarch with, right? We're playing Sweepers, we're playing Edicts, we're playing Good Removal, we're playing Fogs, like Prismatic Strands, Safe Passage, Righteous Aura type stuff. And so, like, why not? It's basically free. It's free real estate, folks. Okay, Eagles of the North is going to be sweet. Like, if we actually ever cast this, it actually does something in this deck. +1/+0 and First Strike to all of our lifelinkers is pretty sick. In fact, it might help us really, like, punch through on a TPI player who's, like, locked up the board. Although, frankly, I don't know how TPI beats this deck. This is the absolute nightmare for a TPI deck. Packed with Sweepers, has Chain Devil, gains life like crazy, makes enough bodies to, like, outrun your token generation, or at least keep up with it, and like, Baron doesn't die to, like, a whole lot of TPI spells, and you don't really want to counter it. It's just kind of miserable for TPI if you're playing this deck. The only one here that may not ultimately make the cut that I'm kind of looking at is Palace Sentinels. Palace Sentinels is a bit of a, it's a card that you will play. It's a card that you will play. In like mono white decks where you don't have, like, good card advantage, but, like, of the Monarch cards, it's definitely the worst. It's a 2/4, which is good, but there's no keywords on it. It's just a 4 mana 2/4, right? Whereas, like, Thorn has Death Touch, right? That's pretty sick. So, that's what we're looking at here. So we've got 126 cards. We need to cut them, cut it down a notch. So the cards that don't look negotiable are Night's Whisper. We could probably add Sign in Blood in here too, and maybe even we could. I don't know. This is a lot. This is a lot of cards allocated to draw for a commander that already has a draw on it. So it's possible that we want to take like Nasty End, Altar's Reap out, right? And it's also possible that like Night's Whisper and Sign in Blood like don't make the cut, which might sound crazy. But like they're 2 mana draw 2, and they lose us life, which we gain back, right? But we don't necessarily need that if our commander is drawing us a lot of cards too. So Alex says, you've given me a new love of Edict, built a $22 Grixis EDH Edict deck to thrash my play group. Excited to try it on Friday. Fabulous. Yeah, Edicts, I don't know how Edicts track in other formats. In ours, they can be very, very strong, especially when played early. Early Edicts, if you have a density of them in your deck, they're just very strong. So let's start by just making a couple of quick cuts. I like that Nasty End can draw us 3 cards off of Baron. I don't think we're going to be sacrificing Baron that often. So it's really a 2 mana draw 2, which is good at instant speed. But let's just toss that one and this one in the sideboard for now. We have, and then Night's Whisper, Sign in Blood. Okay. And then, we could put in Siphon Mind, but I've largely been replacing Siphon Mind from a lot of my black decks in just favor of having, like the Plunder draw. And part of that is because these, even though it takes up 2 slots in your deck, it's much better to be able to play one at a time than to have to wait till 4 mana to cast it. You can cast these all the way along the curve. In general, it increases your action economy a lot. Okay, so Edicts, I think we do go pretty heavy on Edicts. Like Extract a Confession is going to be great. We're a 2-color deck. We can easily like cycle Eagles of the North or Troll of Khazad-dûm on 1. And then if they run out of turn 2 Dargo, we can just Extract a Confession and collect the evidence because their mana cost is 6, and this allows us to collect evidence 6. We're going to be a great Innocent Blood deck, right? Innocent Blood feels really, really bad when it basically reads like lose your commander, take 3 creatures from your opponents. But in this deck, that's not the case. It's going to be like get 3 creatures for your opponent for 1 mana and 1 card, and we lose something that we just don't give a shit about. Tithing Blade's going to be fabulous with the Plunder. That's a known entity. Demon's Disciple, Fleshbag Marauder. This might actually be a deck where we sacrifice the tokens a little more often instead of sacrificing the Disciple or the Marauder, because it puts more power into play, right? It's like taking a card from all your opponents and then it's like upgrading the body, right? And then they'll die in combat, so you'll get them in the graveyard anyways. Now, for graveyard hate, there's some pretty cool stuff. We just get Bojuka Bog, of course, but like Beckon Apparition is a card that I've had my eye on for a long time in Orzhov. It's instant speed, hybrid mana, exile any card from a graveyard, and then create a 1/1 black and white flying creature spirit token, which is great. I love 1/1 tokens. This is just great. It's instant speed. Nihil Spellbomb, of course, great with the Plunder. Rotten Reunion, though, having 2 casts, this makes 4 bodies for 3 mana at instant speed. It's very good. You don't even need cards in the graveyard to cast it. It just says up to 1 card. Yes. Okay. And then we have Not Dead After All, which we're going to have to figure out whether we want these cards or not, just mainly because like Plunder is really good with Grave Flicker because it allows you to abuse your ETBs, right? You can, Not Dead After All onto your Vicious Battle Rager and then sack it to Village Rites or to your commander, right? And go that way. It's a pretty bold move. It's a little scary because when your opponent does that, if you have Bertram in play, they know exactly what's going to happen, right? If you're Grave Flickering and there's no kill spell being pointed at it, they know that you're about to use the ETB. And so it can become a 2-for-1 where your opponent goes to kill your creature before the flicker happens. So it's risky. I don't love it for that reason. So there's a part of me that's like looking at this and saying, yes, there's upside. Yes, we can abuse the ETB, but like, what are we protecting? And do we care? Because we're going to have Dread Return, we're going to have Late to Dinner, we're going to have Unearth, Recommission, and Return Triumphant. We just get the cards back. We have Mortuary Mire, we have Witch's Cottage. I think that my intuition is saying that, yes, these make tokens. Yeah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. because we have cheap creatures, we get to play Culling the Weak, which I'm really excited about. I have been experimenting a bit more lately with big mana rituals in control decks and in mid-range decks to give us a big burst of velocity at a certain point in the game. Generally speaking, we're not going to want to do it early because we don't want to draw undue attention to ourselves early, right? Like we don't want to distract people from the actual problems at the table that are really imminent, that are like time sensitive. Yeah, like we can become a problem, right? We can become a very big problem at the table, but we don't want to be becoming a problem any sooner than we need to. Culling the Weak is going to help us, this is like 1 mana, take our vampire token, turn it into a pestilence, turn it into a vicious battle rager, turn it into an Underdark Explorer, turn it into a Thorn of the Black Rose, turn it into a Siphon Mind, a Chain Devil. Like, Culling the Weak is going to be very, very good. Dark Ritual, I think for the same reason, is going to want to be in here. I've been playing with Bubbling Muck in a lot of my decks as well, in a lot of my black decks, and I don't know if we can do it here. We would have to have, if we were to tap a Mana Rock to get black, and then we had 2 swamps in play, it cost us 1 mana, and it's giving us 2. So it's net 1 mana. So how many swamps do we have to have for Bubbling Muck to be good? Bubbling Muck would need 3 swamps in play, tap a Mana Rock, cast it, tap the 3 swamps, we get 6 black. We're getting 3 black more than we otherwise would, which is better than Dark Ritual. Right? Yeah. 1, 2, yeah. So essentially, we're getting 3 black for 1. So it's the same as Dark Ritual if we have 3 swamps. So Bubbling Muck might actually make it. But Bubbling Muck and these like big, rituals that we can play in black are going to be great for finishing the game with Pestilence and Crypt Rats too. So there's a part of me that just wants to put them in, but we'll see. Yeah, 3 at minimum. Yeah, we want 3 swamps at minimum. And we're like a 2/3 black deck, so I think that we might be able to do that. Oh yeah, we get Dig Up the Body too. I forgot about this one. Mill 2, return a creature, casualty 1, so we sack a creature, then mill 2 and get 1 back again. I don't think we necessarily need this, because I think we have better things to do than that. So we're going to want Dread Return. Yeah, that's right. And that's one of the things too, is like oftentimes, I will say black is very parasitic. Once you start playing black, as a Magic player in general, you're probably going to start playing a lot more black because black is just so incredibly based in cPDH. But the parasitic nature of it in cPDH and midrange is that the stuff in black is like so damn good that you kind of like end up leaning more towards black. So it's very uncommon for me, for example, to build a black X deck and have it not run cards like Defile, right? Because it's still a 60-30 black deck. It's mostly a black deck. So yeah, that's kind of my impression on that. We could play Mourner's Surprise as well. Oh yeah, but Dread Return, Late to Dinner. These cards are, I think, going to be pretty damn good. Yeah, we're gonna want them. There may not always be cards that we're really excited to like bring back, so we may have to tone it down and maybe we cut one of these. It's possible. Trespasser's Curse, of course, joining Suture Priest and Bloodseeker, just because it's really great anti-combo. It's great anti-TPI. Certain decks cannot function with this on them, like at all. Prismatic Strands is going to be here under Fogs. And Safe Passage is a pretty good one as well, but we'll see whether we can actually make room for that. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Yeah, these are all the cards that didn't make the cut. Hunt for the Specimens is basically like a Dusk Legion Zealot that loots. right? Instead of it's discard a card then draw a card. That's how you learn when you don't have lessons. Is you just loot, or I guess it's rummage technically. I don't think that probably makes the cut for us. People are gonna say, why don't you have Raise the Alarm? Because Raise the Alarm is like not that good, right? Like the ones that we get are food. We don't want to play any more of these food cards in the deck than we absolutely need to, because ultimately they're fairly low impact. And we need to get the lands. Where are the lands at? So Witch's Cottage is also going to be in Reanimation and Recursion. Mortuary Mire, same thing. Oh boy. We want more mana rocks and more of this. It might be that like it's possible that like Dark Ritual, Culling the Weak, and the other one actually want to be artifacts. That's also possible. Oh, and I just realized that our tokens having lifelink is really gross with Cranial Plating. Cranial Plating is not a card I actually play that much of anymore. Like you need, yeah, it's a card that sits dead in hand for a long time in my experience, until it's good, right? Because you don't want to like play it and like freak everybody out that you have like this, 6/5, or what, just big creature or something. But it's kind of cool that we can just like attach it to our tokens and lifelink and gain tons of life. And we can get it back with Emergency Weld. We can also get it back with Recommission, which gets artifacts. Pretty sick, pretty sick. There's a lot of layers to this onion, as I'm sure you all are realizing. This is probably too much Reanimation and Recursion. And I'm just saying that because we also have Nihil Spellbomb, or Blood Fountain, sorry. And ultimately, like, I've built enough of these like Black and Orzhov decks to know when this is probably a little too much. So like one of these may be the one that stays, because we still have to have good removal, right? We still have to have good interaction. And we're missing quite a few things here that we still need. We're also missing mana rocks. Like it's possible that Culling the Weak and Dark Ritual are good, but that they are not as good as just playing mana rocks, right? Like it kind of depends. Like what kind of mana rock is it, that we're playing. I also noticed that we have 31 lands, 34 with the cyclers, but that one of them is Alabaster Host Intercessor, which is a 2-mana cycler. We probably, Erosium will be rolling over and freaking out if we don't talk about Renegade Map. This is something, credit to Erosium in the Common Connoisseurs, who's been talking about and experimenting with Renegade Map. 1 mana artifact comes into play tapped. You can tap it and sacrifice it for no mana to search your library for a basic land card and put it into your hand. This card is a lot like an artifact land in the sense that when you draw it later on, you can just play it and plunder it away. The difference being an artifact land, we get to use it all the way up until that point. Renegade Map is like you can play it out on 1, and it's going to guarantee you your 2nd or your 3rd land drop, because it is going to untap. You can sacrifice it, and then we can get a land. So it's trades out for a basic is the way I see it. There are 2 other cards that you could look at as well, but they're 2 mana and they come into play untapped. So those ones are comparable to like Gloomfang Mauler, right? Now with all the resurrection we're doing in this deck, it might be that we actually want Gloomfang Mauler. Cycle, swamp cycling, so cycling type creature. So we need to look at the creatures because we definitely could be a very potent reanimator deck. Like Gloomfang Mauler is really good. This is soldiers only, so that's not going to work. Oh my god, my voice. Okay, Alex says, how many 6 CMC or more creatures do we have? Let's take a look and see. Yeah. 6 CMC. Why 6, Alex? Just out of curiosity. We have 3 permanents with mana value 6 or more. Erosium says, I think you need to be caring about sacrificing permanents more than just plunder if you're going to play the other 2. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, the things I do for this channel. Okay. So, yeah, so this can go under our lands here. This is, we're actually just going to classify this as a land. For Dragon Shadow. Yeah, the +1/+0 fear attaches to 6 mana creatures. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we have like Gloomfang Mauler, Troll of Khazad-dûm, Injector Crocodile. There's a whole bunch of other ones. Yeah. 6 edicts, 3 sweepers, 15 targeted removal spells. That's a lot. I think that we're going to have to cut some of the fodder. Like, I'm looking at Nimblewright schematic right now. Oh, do we not have prized statue? Because that I actually, yeah, we have that under ramp. Okay. I think Nimblewright schematic is good. I think that it's just like more bodies. And I don't know that we necessarily care about that because we make lots of bodies. And the bodies aren't unique. Treasure is unique. Clues are unique. Right? That's what we want more of. You know, we could cut something like Palace Sentinels for just being like mopey. You know, the extort stuff is something we could consider as well. Extort's really good. How many fodder pieces that make treasures do we need to put in the deck that are just purely there to, you know, make 1/1s? Direfleet Hoarder ramps us. Gleaming Barrier ramps us. Shambling Ghast and Freebooter ramp us. We should probably put these under ramp as well. I mean, that's what they do when they die. Yeah, let's experiment. We can cut Palace Sentinels. Like, because all the other ones are really good. Like, all the initiative stuff is gas. Thorn is great. Staunch Throne Guard's really good too. That's the one that isn't. Triplicate Spirits. We have 34 creatures in the deck, but we have 124 cards. So we're probably going to be cutting down on cards. 85% of the games, this deck is going to have no problem drawing cards. Sentinels can go to the sideboard. Yeah. And, you know, like in the same vein, like, is Monarch going to just be like, I don't know, like initiative we play initiative because initiative finishes the game, right? Initiative is like very proactive in a lot of ways. It like brings the game to its conclusion. Monarch is actually kind of the opposite, in a weird way. Like Monarch is going to just draw us all these cards, which is going to help us maybe finish the game. But like, it's a little different. Yeah, Alex, I think Cranial Plating is looking really good. We have 23 artifacts in the deck right now. And that doesn't include like Emergency Weld or Novice Inspector or Thraben Inspector or Freebooter or all these other things. Like, we have so many different artifacts. You know, maybe Doomed Traveler doesn't make it. Maybe the only things that stay in are ones that ramp us or ones that draw a card or create token. Yeah, I think Doomed Traveler can go. Creeping Bloodsucker is kind of... Oh, man, I forgot another one. Raven of Fell Omens. Yeah. Oh, darn. Here we are. Playing the new. Let's go to set. Outlaws of Thunder Junction. By the way, let me know folks. How was your pre-release? Did you all have a good time? Tell me what you built. I'll tell you what I built. Let me go grab it. One sec. Let's see. Where did those go? Well, okay. I'll just tell you what I built. I built a 4-color. It was really a Rakdos, base Rakdos deck. And it was the most disgusting pre-release pull I've ever had. And it makes up for all of the pre-releases where I didn't play my bombs. Because I wouldn't say I'm notorious for it, because nobody knows that I'm not playing my bombs. But like, most often my bombs are in colors that are just terrible, right? Like, they're not in colors that I want to be playing. And I don't mean like that the color is bad, but like, they're colors that are terrible for my pull, right? They don't work with my best cards. And so I always feel like I'd have to stretch my deck to do it. So I exercise discipline and I don't play it, right? And this time it was like, oh, you want like, your mythic stamped card at the top to be Rakdos? Cool. First card I pull is like, it was like the foil card underneath the token was Bruce Tarl. And then the next card was like Rakdos the Muscle. And then I got 3, what was it? 3 of the Goblin Pirates, Reckless Lackey. I got Nezumi Linebreaker. Everything lined up. And then I got some really, really sick. Everything was good. It was just insane. I went 3-0. It was not even hard. And I had a good time. So what's up, Pod? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Alex says, my LGS changed the address so they don't do pre-release anymore, unfortunately, until they resupply. That is a shame. Erosium says, Naya, Terror of the Peaks. It was a blast. Yeah, I killed the Terror of the Peaks the moment it landed, and was very afraid for a brief moment there. Okay. Yeah, keep letting me know down below. Bridled Bighorn. By the way, I love the flavor of this card. Like, it's so funny. Okay, can we like discuss the subtle innuendos here? It's a male sheep that, when saddled, when it's ridden, it makes sheeps. Okay, and then the sheeps can ride the sheep to make more sheep. Make of it what you will. I think it's really funny, and I think it's awesome. And it also just happens to be like a very good card. This is actually pretty powerful, right? Like, this is like a built-in way to always make our 1/1 every turn, which I don't think we're going to have a hard time doing. Unfortunately, saddling is only as a sorcery. But it is making a lot of bodies. I don't know. We'll put this one on the sideboard and keep this as a consideration. Boneyard Desecrator, a little too expensive for the instant speed stuff. Oh my God. Forlorn Flats is going to be a little hard for us to fit in here just because our land base is so complicated as it is. Gold Pan makes a treasure when it comes in, and then it's a short sword. Holy Cow. Probably not premium. If it made a treasure, that would be sweet. Nezumi Linebreaker. The reason, remember, that we're not playing cards like this is because it's just a 1/1 that makes a 1/1. So, and then it's making another 1/1 because of Bertram, which is great, right? We're getting like 3 power and toughness across 1 mana and 1 card. But because of card slots reasons, we're not actually going to be playing a lot of cards that we're going to focus on ones that make treasures and ones that draw us cards instead. Mourner's Surprise probably wants to be in this deck, and this might be where like like when we add Mourner's Surprise, we have like 10 recursion and reanimation spells in the deck, which is a lot. The beauty of Mourner's Surprise is, of course, that it comes with a mercenary. So maybe what we do is we could cut. I mean, it seems weird. Unearth is a really good card, but if you compare, Return Triumphant actually makes a roll token, so it's going to make a 1/1. So Return Triumphant is basically the same thing as Mourner's Surprise. Return Triumphant says bring a creature back, make a 1/1, put a roll counter on it, right? Mourner's Surprise says bring a creature back to your hand, make 2 1/1s, right? They read similarly. Whereas Unearth Yeah, it's 1 mana, which is really good, but it has no specific synergy with the deck in terms of making 1/1s. So I think Mourner's Surprise probably replaces that. And then Recommission is nice because Recommission puts a +1/+1 counter on the card, and that makes our extort creatures have 3 toughness in a lot of cases, which is really good. It also brings back artifacts, which means cranial plating. It can break back an Ichor Wellspring. It can do all sorts of stuff. It's quite good. So yeah, Mourner's Surprise might be a better one. Outlaw Medic, you know, like we could also go. Okay, let's throw this one in. We're gonna go down the rabbit hole a little bit and see where we get to here. Vault Plunderer, also such a cool card. And DBZ Dragon, is Acacian Crier good enough? Acacian Crier is a cool card that almost never makes its way into my decks, unfortunately. It is in the sideboard, as you can see. Sideboard. Sideboard is just where I put cards that... It's not correct to do this. I'm trying to break the habit, but I put... breaking the habit. Putting cards in my sideboard that are like on top of mind, right? Like they're cards that I'm like either looking to get in there or heavily considering but haven't made it into the main deck. This card turns any card into our hand into Raise the Alarm. Right, discard a card, pay 2, you turn that card into Raise the Alarm repeatedly. And in this case, it's like 3, right, which is great. But the thing is that this is just a card that just makes tokens. It doesn't do anything else, right? And if we compare like all the other cards that have been really appealing to us, they're appealing because they have another role. Graveyard Hate, Graveyard Hate. You know, if we look at like... Novice Inspector, right? It's a 1/2 that's making a 1/1 because it investigated and it's got a clue, so it's drawing us a card. Yeah. So, I mean, here's another thing. We have not properly looked into Dye's Draw, and that's why the Medic came up. So, like, Guildsworn Prowler, Novice Occultist, these are supposed to be in here. They should be. Casting of Bones is starting to look really, really good in these Plunder decks too. Whenever Enchanted Creature dies, you basically turn a creature into a souped up Novice Occultist. Problem is, opponent can like kill that creature on the stack, and then you know we don't get to our draw spell. But I mean, I'll be honest, if somebody's like killing a shit creature like a 1/1 vampire so that we don't draw our cards, they might be throwing. Like that's a pretty it's pretty bad. But this is 3 mana, draw 3, discard 1. It's quite efficient. Yeah. So these, now that we have the man, it makes me wonder whether we're even doing extort. That's such heresy. But like, do y'all feel me? Like extort, like we gain life, right? Our tokens gain us life. Probably by blocking. First of all, I think we are going to cut Creeping Bloodsucker. I know a lot of people are really excited about this card. It feels very bad when you draw this like mid-game. I feel a lot better when I get like an extort card in the mid-game because I can play it out and I can immediately start extorting. Creeping Bloodsucker is gated. It only happens once a turn, and it's got Summoning Sickness. Extort creatures don't. You play the creature out, you activate the extort by casting a spell, you immediately go, and it's not gated on how many you can do. Yeah, it doesn't cost you mana, but it's on a small body. This card is insane when it's like in your opening hand, right? But I don't know. I think this one can go. I've never been like super hot on that card, to be honest. Outlaw Medic is going to go into oh my god, this throat is not happy with me right now. Not happy. Sometimes you have to double up on the tags. And we're only going up in cards. No surprise. Okay, so Unearth. Unearth can go. I think Dread Return is going to be cracked. And Late to Dinner makes a 1/1 along with it. Question is, like, what are we reanimating? And we have a couple of good options. Gloomfang Mauler, Eagles of the North, Alabaster Host, Intercessor, Troll, all of our edicts, any of our initiative cards. So like, yeah, there's like a lot. I wonder if Haunt of the Dead Marshes is good, right? Like scry 1 for 1 mana on a body that comes back over and over again is basically like half of an Outlaw Medic, right? Or like half of a Dusk Legion Zealot. I don't know if scry 2 is exactly draw 1. The other thing is scrying, I guess, is a little bit funky. Like we just want to draw lots of cards, right? Like, we don't necessarily have like specific cards that we want to draw. We have like a high volume of redundant effects, right? Scrying, you know, might like get us past a land, but I'm not sad to have lands, right? I'm not sad to have lands. You know, now I'm looking at Sign in Blood because it's double black. Everything else here is like black and something else. You know, Staunch Throne Guard. Staunch Throne Guard is 5 mana, right? Okay, so now that we have Outlaw Medic, Novice Occultist, you know, Mourner's Surprise, Guildsworn Prowler, I think we can cut Carrier Thrall. And I think we can cut Gleaming Barrier. Both of those only make treasures, which are good, but like they're 2 mana to do that. We have Greedy Freebooter and Shambling Gas that do that better. Raven of Fell Omens is going to trigger when we commit crimes, which we have a lot of ways to commit crimes. These don't commit crimes. Our sweepers don't commit crimes. Rough. Let's see. We need to bring Mourner's Surprise into Recursion and Reanimation. Oh, Undercity Scrounger. I forgot to put this card in ramp. Yeah, whenever a creature dies, like activate it. So we can do this during our opponent's turn, like block, activate it. Nadir's Nightblade. Whenever a token leaves the battlefield. You know, I wonder about Mirkwood Bats and Nadir's Nightblade. This is when it's created, which is good, right? And this pushes a lot of damage potentially, like as much as 4 on each player. So 4 on each player is good. That's 4 times. It's like 1/6 of our opponent's life total if we were to do 4 damage in a turn cycle. It's like 3% per ping. Undercity Scrounger might just be too cute, right? Does this card... Yeah. Like, is this better than just a mana rock? Maybe, maybe not. We're going to get into some really tough cuts, I'll tell you what, folks. Triplicate Spirits could potentially be not where we want to be. Yeah, like when I'm looking at this draw suite, we have like a disgusting number of draw spells here. You know, Blood Fountain is a very good card. How does Blood Fountain compare with Mordor, with like Mourner's Surprise or something like that? It is kind of like Haunt, right? Where it's not card advantage, but we have lots of card advantage, so it's okay. It's 1 mana, 1/1, lifelink with a blood token that later on we can pay to get creatures back with. The getting of the creatures back, we have a lot of other cards that do that better, right? Let's see here. I need to get some music going in my ears here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. And let's see here. How many people we got chilling with us? Cool, we got 70 right now. Awesome. So Sign in Blood. I really do like that we're going like really deep into like a high density of creatures. That feels good. So like Night's Whisper and Sign in Blood, they're basically they're kind of free. We should play them. Staunch Throne Guard and the Monarch are interesting. Like These are good cards. 5 mana is kind of a lot. Like the rest of our curve is very low, right? Like yeah, we're mostly like 2, 1, 2, and 3. Vendetta, Candy Grapple, Final Flourish, which are going to feel awesome. Vicious Offering. These cards are going to be really good when paired along with like the Guildsworn Prowler type stuff, because they're going to turn the removal spells into draw spells. But look at all this recursion. We got to like tone it down a little bit. Blood Fountain also notably does not get the creature back right away, right? Emergency Weld and Mourner's Surprise both do. So it's kind of interesting. Blood Fountain, you can like play it out early and it's just there, right? Which is nice. You just get it out and it's waiting for you to use it. Emergency Weld is different. It's like you need to have something in the yard right away. But you get it back right away for that mana. This is very good. We can cut 1 land here. 1 basic. Oh, I need to make sure that my music isn't being... Okay, good. Yeah, my music isn't being picked up by the... Don't want to get DCA'd, you know. It's got color me in. So... with 23 cuts, like what are we cutting, chat? Yeah, this is tough. Like Triplicate Spirits, maybe. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The other recursion spells, you do have to have something in the yard, right? Which is something. I'm kind of looking at like Chain Devil and Nadir's Nightblade a little bit, but they do push a lot of damage for not very much mana. Maybe Raven of Fell Omens is like a good card, but maybe it's not exactly where we want to be. Or we could, favor the ones that are durable. So maybe we favor like Raven of Fell Omens and Basilica Screecher. Is Basilica Screecher here? It is. Where is it in our... Did I miss it? Oh, there it is, yeah. Basilica Screecher, Raven of Fell Omens both fly, right? Whereas like Syndic of Tides, Blood Drinker, they don't, and they die to sweepers, right? Whereas Basilica Guards does not die to sweepers, and is still recurable in the same way. Kingpin's Pet does die to sweepers, but at least it flies. So maybe what we do here is we could cut like Syndic of Tides, Tithe Drinker, yeah, maybe just those two. Yeah, let's try it. Why not? I'm not like really worried about like how we win with this deck. I think that's not going to be hard to do. Undercity Scrounger is probably going to have to go. I think it's a little too cute. We're going to take a brief intermission here. I'm just going to leave the I'm going to leave this up on screen, or maybe I'll just hit the intermission thing. I need to go use the bathroom because I've been guzzling water to keep my throat lubricated here so I can keep talking. So I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. 1 moment. Stick right with it, and we'll be right back. So we'll see you all in a second. We're back. Okay. Okay. So, while I took my moment away, it got me wondering about things that we're doing that maybe are stretching the deck and accounting for the 20 extra cards that we have, right? There's a lot of just good cards that I want to play. Like, for example, like we're already an initiative deck. Like, why not do the Monarch as well? But we might not have space. And realistically, we might not need the Monarch, right? Like, the Monarch might just be clunky card draw when the rest of our card draw is like drawing us 3 cards at a time, you know, for like 2 mana each. It's quite efficient. So let's just, for the sake of science, let's start by doing that. We're going to cut the Monarch entirely from the deck. It does make me wonder a little bit, with all the things going on, whether we also have room at all for reanimation. Admittedly, there are cards that we do like to bring out early, like a turn 1 Cycle Troll of Khazad-dûm, turn 2 Arcane Signet, turn 3 Dread Return or Late to Dinner is a powerful opening sequence when we want to apply a lot of pressure. However, there are a lot of cards in our deck that I'm not that excited to Late to Dinner or to Dread Return. And so these might not be the right fit, right? Yeah, they get things back, but we have a lot of things that get things back, right? Like Mourner's Surprise, Emergency Weld, Blood Fountain. So I think that we are actually going to cut this. I don't think we have room for it. It's a good thing to do if we had 150 deck slots, right? But we don't. You always want Thorn of the Black Rose. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. We'll see if we can find room for it. It would be nice to have one Monarch card, because when you get the Monarch and the Initiative, it's, you know, Exodia is very powerful, as I'm sure you all know. By the way, Ashnod's Altar, probably pretty good in this deck. Can't imagine that we would not, that we would leave that one behind. Direfleet Hoarder could potentially leave. I really wish that, like, okay, so this number here, we got to bend our brain a little bit to like conceptualize why we aren't just making all of these mana rocks, right? Culling the Weak and Dark Ritual are going to get us ahead on mana in situations where it's going to enable us to draw more cards. And if we draw more cards, we're going to hit more lands, and we're going to like consistently move up the curve. And we're going to get the benefit of that mana rock like right away, but just once. So, whereas these are like facilitating our plunder while also like getting us ahead on ramp, providing us a little bit of, you know, multiple permanents. Direfleet Hoarder might not make the cut here. In fact, I just don't think it does. And you're noticing we're not going to play any 3 mana rocks except for Ashnod's Altar. Because we really want to just get Bertram out on turn, you know, on turn 3. And the 3 mana rocks, we usually play them because they generate card advantage for us, and we don't have a card advantage problem in this deck. That's not an issue that we have. Not a lot of cuts that look super easy to me. Spinning Darkness. What's our balance right now? 65% black, 20% white. Damn, that's crazy. Like, it'd be a shame to leave Prismatic Strands at home, but we also don't make white bodies, right? Like, our bodies are black vampires. I think Prismatic Strands might not actually make the cut here. It's a very good card. We could play Darkness instead. Prismatic Strands does something else, though. And we have a white commander, so it does it twice. It also protects our board from somebody else's big wrath. You know, we might have to shave on one of these, which would suck because I think Graveyard Hate is... I mean, chat, just you know, Abdel is sitting at a 45% win rate right now. Okay, so Graveyard Hate is good. Like, respect what that deck does. We could lose Innocent Blood, I guess. Innocent Blood's very good, though. Haunt of the Dead Marshes doesn't have any other additional synergy with the deck. right? It's a reusable thing, but it's not generating card advantage. It is just a scry. It comes back over and over again, but it's essentially 4 mana to get the 2 like bodies out of it, I guess. 4 mana for 2 scries and 2 bodies. I'm always down with Haunt when I have a legendary commander and it's black in mono black. But in white, we actually have like more pressure for those slots. You know, the funny thing, Alex, so Alex says the Bojuka Bog rarely counts as graveyard hate against Abdel in your experience. I have often found that Bojuka Bog is not graveyard hate in a lot of games, right? The irony, though, is like the recency bias is hitting because the last game I played with Bojuka Bog, I think it was actually during the Sanctuary event. No, it wasn't because I was on TPI. It's like last time I played Bojuka Bog, it destroyed somebody. Like, took a lot of good stuff out of their graveyard. And it was like the first time in a long time I felt right to have Bojuka Bog in my deck. Bojuka Bog's also free. It doesn't cost us a slot, right? It's just a basic that becomes a tap land. And you're right. And yeah, you're adding good context to this. Graveyard hate is best when it's instant speed. Graveyard hate is best when it's interrupting the combo, right? Graveyard hate at sorcery speed is only good if they went to combo, they didn't do it, and then the cards are in their graveyard, and then you clear them out. But there are, I mean, Bojuka Bog's, it's still good. I think we definitely want it, especially good in 2-color decks where you have like Orzhov Basilica. Yeah. Where you have Orzhov Basilica because you can pick it up and reuse it. So. Orzhov Basilica should be tagged under lands. That's weird. We'll cut another plains. And we're going to cut another plains, actually, to add another swamp. I think we want to be at 35. This number is a little weird. It's like we have 30 actual lands, but we have Renegade Map, Host Intercessor, Eagles, Troll, and Gloomfang. If we're not reanimating anymore, we don't really want Troll, and we don't really want... I mean, we do want Host Intercessor. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Alex. Like we don't like Bojuka Bog doesn't count as a graveyard hate card. You need to have dedicated graveyard hate, right? Which is what you're saying. So these 3 right here, probably good. I don't know about these 2 and whether they're making the cut because we're no longer reanimating, right? We're not reanimating big stuff. We're reanimating smaller things, and we're bringing things back. And I like Gloomfang, Mauler, and Troll and Eagles the most because Eagles actually is going to help us close the game out, right? +1/+0 first strike to all of our 1/1s is relevant. Troll of Khazad-dûm is just huge. And Gloomfang Mauler is huge and kind of has a form of like haste and evasion because he gives something else menace and backup too. Host Intercessor is like more control for a deck that already has lots of it. So let's do that. Renegade Map. I am wondering, Erosium, whether you think that this deck needs this map. And secondarily, answer these 2 questions. Does it need the map? And does it cost us anything? It costs us a basic, right? Costs us a basic. It's a tap land that costs us a mana. Well, it curves out nicely. I do like the fact that if we have a land heavy hand with like a Deadly Dispute, we can go turn 1 Renegade Map, turn 2 Deadly Dispute. You don't think it needs the map? Because part of the thing is that once Bertram gets going, once the engine is started, right, we're going to make so many tokens that if we draw this off the top, we're going to wish it was a land, right? Yeah, I think that's what it is. So, yeah, I think we've answered the question here. We still don't have Cranial Plating in the deck. Cranial Plating, if we have it in the deck, is very much going to want me to make me play Battle Screech and Triplicate Spirits. I'm just saying that. Because these cards with Cranial Plating are stupid. Super strong. We have 19 artifacts in the deck, and that doesn't include all the artifacts that other cards make. I'm gonna cut Haunt. I think it's a really good card. I don't know if it's exactly what this deck wants. Oh my gosh. 13 cuts, chat. Where the hell are we gonna get 13 cuts? We have 13 ramp cards. You know, this is. Sometimes I wish Commander had more cards. That you could play more cards. Because look, like these, like we don't change this. I mean, Crypt Rats potentially, but Crypt Rats is an amazing finisher. Like it's shaving, right? Like these stacks cards, we don't lose these. We don't lose these. Maybe Crypt Rats, but I don't think so. I think that they're very good. All of these removal spells are good, and we probably want them all. Like we're not even playing as much as I wish we were, because we're playing edicts, right? This is a section that is rather dense with cards, but they occupy multiple slots. Emergency Weld is a creature as well as recursion, so is this. They're basically cadaver imps. We could cut Dark Ritual. Like Culling the Weak, I guess, is much more significant. The least favorite of your removal are Tragic Slip and Spinning Darkness. Final Payment is pretty good, actually. Hobbit Sting. No, why would we play this when we've got just like good, like destroy anything? This one here, though, Final Payment, is actually pretty sick. I like this because this actually is like Final Flourish. It's going to turn our Novice Occultists into cards, right? If we don't, which I guess our Commander already does. So like if we, so I guess the way to look at it is if we have to interact during the turn, we go Final Payment, sacking our creature to draw a card, and we still drew the card. Or if we do nothing and we don't need to kill anything, we just use our Commander to pay 2 to sack. I think Final Payment's going to be good. Doomblade. Yeah, we could just play Doomblade over Tragic Slip. Spinning Darkness is insane, though. Spinning Darkness is really insane. I know you don't like it, Alex, because Spinning Darkness hurts combo decks. Puts them in the dumpster. Pack Disdain. Choose a creature type. Vampires. But we're using the vampires for stuff. We're eating them up, so we're not going to have a lot of them in play. Yeah, let's bring in, let's cut Tragic Slip. I think Tragic Slip's good, but I think we need quite a bit of mana acceleration in this deck. So like I'm already a little uncomfortable with some of this. Like I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that like I would like to just increase the consistency of the deck by having like tons of 2 mana ramp. So maybe Greedy Freebooter and Shambling Ghast don't warrant their slots. Right? And maybe we just want more 2 mana rocks. Like if we went MV equals 2, O-tag, ramp, right? You've been feeling mid-rangey, more of a control, huh? Oh, you've come to the dark side, I see. Good, good. Flywheel Racer is kind of cool here. It is not ramp, though, if we do not have a 1-1 in play. So it doesn't help us get to Bertram fast if we don't, yeah. It's a very good card, but... Marble Diamond will be good because with all the black in our deck, a mana rock that makes white is actually almost preferable. Ornithopter of Paradise is pretty good in this deck, especially if we put cranial plating in. Yeah, let's do that. How well do we handle big creatures? Well, our removal is pretty good. Snuff Out, Defile, Ghastly Demise, Vendetta, Candy Grapple, Doomblade, Final Flourish. I mean, I think pretty well. If they have a big creature and not a lot of creatures, we're gonna mess them up because our edicts are really strong. The thing that we don't have in here that does sort of like make me wonder a little bit is we don't have the impetus cards, and the impetus cards are so good. The edicts don't play well with this. That's one of the things that you'll find with like black decks is that these cards are really good and you should play them, right? But you know, they are gonna deny somebody their impetus sometimes. Sometimes they'll want it. Actually, that's kind of interesting. Like, it's not always true that a person dislikes that their creature has had an impetus put on it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Legate Lanius has my number right now. Legate is sick. I'm telling you, Legate feels really powerful. I've played Legate in a couple of games, and it, you know, it's very good. It's very good. You know, boy, I mean, there is a weird thing with Orzhov, which is that you get like these great sweepers in black, but then you have like all these creatures that you don't really want to die. We have a lot of creatures that want to die, right? Like our sweepers are going to turn on like a whole bunch of shit, which is cool. But we have our extort stuff that does not want to be swept. So there's potentially an argument for going and saying, I mean, Bloodseeker and Citra Priest are really, really good cards. I don't think we cut those. But then there's like Kingpin's Pet, maybe. There's tension there. The sweepers don't like to be alongside these, but again, the sweepers, we don't always have to use them, right? If we have these in play, we probably don't need to sweep the board. Yeah, Legate's really cool, Alex. I definitely eager to talk with you more about your impressions on the build. Raven of Fell Omens. Like, how often are we going to trigger this? How often are we going to trigger this? Maybe this isn't the right home for it. Like, it's a good home for it. We do target our opponent's stuff. We do hit them a lot with kill spells and shit. But maybe... Let's go ahead and add Cranial. Because Cranial is is good. Greedy Freebooter and Shambling Ghast could both go. Because we added rocks. $17 cards to cut. Which is kind of, this is often in Orzhov where cranial plating does not make the cut. is cranial plating better or worse than an extort creature? Um, I guess in this deck, if we're thinking about just the life, cranial plating plus a creature is going to gain a lot of life, right? Many, many times over. Yo, what's up, Sniff Out? Good to see you, baby. What up? We got the pals in the house. Well, Sniff, currently, you're probably hearing in my voice. My voice is completely shot. I've had a terrible cough. But we are suffering over the last few card cuts here. We're at 117 cards in the deck. We'll just give you a brief perusing here. Basically, the idea is we're playing like this is like the most plundery deck you can possibly imagine, Sniff. And the thing that's hard to figure out is like there's all this good Orzhov stuff that all works together. And if you wanted to put all of it in a deck, it's like 140 cards, right? Plus lands. So you'd have to add a couple more lands to get to like, what would it be like 160 or something, to have a balanced thing. But there's like, essentially there's like 20 more cards than we have slots for. And the question is, which ones are going to be best for the strategy? And so, like, for example, our card draw suite is ludicrous in this deck. It's really, really good. So we've cut Monarch completely, even though we're an initiative deck, right? And initiative is really good, is important because it's helping us finish the game. And we need to have that kind of stuff, right? We kind of want to do extort because extort is really good. But like, and it's also a way to win, right? We have stuff like Nadir's Nightblade and Mirkwood Bats. And it's kind of tough to figure out. And then there's also like that light tension between like Bloodseeker and Suture Priest and having like sweepers. Definitely a Mayhem Devil problem. This is like some first world. I mean, look, does this guy's got some real arrogant first world vibes. You know what I mean? He's a real bastard. This is the Baron with his grubby rich man fingers, just cackling with his schemes and his evilness. Squeeze, Raban. Squeeze hard. Never enough space. Yep. DBZ Dragon says with lifelink and flying, cranial plating should be good. And this is the other thing, Sniff, is like we're looking at it and like these tokens have lifelink, which like a lot of times my cranial plating, I've been not playing cranial plating in my black decks because I found that they're like a lot of creatures that when I attach cranial plating, they just get chumped, right? Like it's not actually pushing damage. It needs to be on like a Raven of Fell Omens, a Basilicus creature, a Changeling Outcast, Shadow Alley Denizen. It needs to be on some, Dothy Slayer, Dothy Horror, right? That kind of stuff for it to be good. But in this deck, we have lifelink creatures. So we can just like swing them at somebody, and if they block it, then our creature dies, right? And their creature dies, and we gain like 6 life, right? And it's also a finisher, right? Which is good. So, so maybe extort is like a good Orzhov thing that this deck doesn't have room for because it has other better things to be doing. Is that what we're going with? Because if that's the case, then we can come back here and, take out Return Triumphant and Recommission, which are just really good cards anyways in this deck. Alex says, I really wish I could play 5-color Hate Bears deck. Just Edict, stacks, and then beat people to death with a 2/2. Well, Alex, you can. You just need to play Sphinx of the Guild Pact and Prophet. Sniff Out and I know all about Rainbow Sphinx. Rainbow Sphinx is like somehow doesn't see play in competitive. Somehow. There could even be an argument that like if you're playing like some mid-range pile of good cards that you are wrong for not playing Sphinx instead and then playing all of those good cards and better ones. Because Sphinx is like, unlocks some really stupid stuff. Like you get like a Rush of Knowledge where you just get like a draw 7 that randomly just shows up in your deck. You get to play all of the initiative, all of the good Monarch. You know, you get to play counter spells and removal and all the best sweepers and all the best removal and all the best ramp, right? You get all the best ramp. You get all the signets. So DBZ says, I took out Extort since it just didn't fit. I also think about our tight mana is going to be how our tight mana is going to be, how tight the mana is going to be over turn to turn. Yeah. So, yeah, Extort does tax your mana. Well, okay. You know, we're here to learn. We're here to experiment. This is all about like trying stuff out. And if it doesn't work, that's fine. So let's cut our Extort. Maybe that's not how we end the game. You know, so we're going to cut Raven of Fell Omens. Or maybe, you know, it could be that let's cut the Basilica Guards. Yeah, I mean, Raven of Fell Omens, Kingpin's Pet, Basilica Screecher. Ironically, by doing that, we're cutting 3 flyers, which is good with cranial plating. So maybe those are the ones that stay, and maybe we don't do Nadir's Nightblade and we don't do Mirkwood Bats. My brain just took a momentary vacation there, chat. Yeah, Raven of Fell Omens is going to be really good. I think that the fact that those cards fly is really making me want to have them in the deck. So maybe instead we take out the non-flying stuff. So like Nadir's Nightblade could be coming out. We could... I mean, there's always Sign in Blood is like double black pips. When we have lots of card draw. Right, like the funny thing is like it's possible, okay? Like, and here, okay, let's chase this rabbit hole for a second, okay? Just for shits and giggles. How often are we activating Bertram? How often are we actually like drawing a card off of him? And if the answer is not very much because we have all this other plunder in the deck, is it possible that the plunder that isn't super premium should just be Baron activations? I mean, possibly. Dude, what the hell? Something on my table here is shaking back and forth. Stop moving. Yeah, there we go. Shh. Okay. Where did my music go? Come back. There we go. Good. Oh my God, there's more of you here now than there were when we started. That's crazy. I always find that wild. Like you start the stream, there's a couple people and stuff, and then it just builds. That's very cool. Welcome, everybody. Hope you all are enjoying watching me suffer over these decisions. Or maybe you're enjoying that. Maybe you're all sadists. Oh, what's up, Zach? Zach's the GOAT. What's up, dude? Definitely keep the plunder plus tokens. Yeah. So then maybe we're looking at like costly plunder and Reckoner's Bargain. Maybe those are the ones that don't make the cut, which is so unusual because usually those are like a core part of our strategy. But if we have Bertram, because the problem is we have a slots problem. We don't have enough slots, but our commander draws cards, right? And he draws a lot of cards. He squeezes tightly, as the Chungus Baron Vladimir Harkonnen says. I don't really know how to parse this. I'm really going to need your guys' help on this because we're running into like we have 13 slots that we need to cut from. Everything else is fine. Like we have a good number of ramp cards. We have the ramp we want. We have like, we figured out what's premium. Emergency Weld, Mourner's Surprise, Mordor's Muster, all this shit. We have, we could probably cut like one removal spell, like maybe Vendetta. Yeah, right. Like we have like the stacks pieces we want. We have the wraths we want. We have the removal. We have a lot of removal. That is definitely one thing. But like, I don't hate that. We have the fog. We have the cranial plating. We have the graveyard hate that we want. Buddy48 says, "Oh, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. The once per turn is rough. I don't think it is actually. We've got so many ways to make 1/1s on other people's turns that I think it's going to be okay." Rosium says, "Costly Plunder is oddly like not that much better than Bertram." Yeah, I mean it's one more card, right? It's the same amount of mana, one more card, but it costs us a deck slot. Like you could look at Bertram, like a lot of times you look at your command zone and you say, what problems does this solve? Like Malcolm solves ramp. It solves mana, right? It's also a combo outlet. So like you don't need to do it occupies, it covers slots in your deck, right? Like Legate Lanius, another example, right? Rakdos Commander edicts the board every time it hits. We don't have to play as much removal. We have 17 targeted removal spells, 3 sweepers, and 6 edicts. So that's 26, it's one more than what I would normally like top out at is 25. And that actually implies to me that this is actually a control deck. That's kind of where the numbers come from on that. Oh, Zach, you've got a really good point. Okay, so Zach, this is the big brain. Big brain. All right. We need to take all these smoothed out wrinkles on my brain, and I need to scrunch them up and get wrinkly. Big wrinkle brain vibes. Zach points out, okay, and let's demonstrate this in playtest, okay, because we need to be able to visualize this. We have Bertram in play. Let's say we have ourselves. Let's choose a funny token, like a Kithkin Soldier. Okay, we have a Kithkin Soldier. And we're just going to do it like this, okay? Just real simple. And actually, let's put something in play that does something else. Mephitic Draught, okay? Mephitic Draught, and say we have a Costly Plunder. There we go. If we pay 2 and we sack the Mephitic Draught, we draw 2 cards. Okay, now let's undo that. And let's use our Costly Plunder. So the previous scenario took us up to 9 cards. We Costly Plunder the Mephitic Draught, and we draw 3. It's the same number because we didn't spend a card from hand. Erosium says, and it costs us a card to activate to cast Costly Plunder. Alex says, wifey is home, I'll have to scoot. Alex, thank you so much for stopping in. Appreciate all your feedback and all your recommendations. Okay, we are on to something real big here, Zach. Because these, so this is like the meme. Okay, what's that meme called? Show me the difference between these things. Yeah. Right? Oh, no. What is it? It's like, management wants you to tell us the difference between these things. Wants you to find the difference. Yeah. Okay. Like it's this meme right here. They're the same. Baron and Costly Plunder. This ability on Baron is basically just Costly Plunder on the card. Very interesting. Oh boy, does this really change how we do the deck? It might. It might mean that the card slots we have dedicated to okay. So let's go back here. that means we know exactly what to cut. Costly Plunder can go. We don't need it. We have it on our commander, and our commander doesn't really die, so that's cool. We don't need Reckoner's Bargain. Yeah, it gains us life, but like, oh yeah, the Brooklyn 991. That one's good. And then the question is like, so like Deadly Dispute and Fanatical Offering also make us a 1/1, which is huge. So in a way, Bertram just wants more food instead of plunders. So maybe we don't even play Rowan's Grim Search. Rowan's Grim Search is very good. Don't get me wrong. The card literally like can be almost dig through time, because it can, if you bargain it, you can go 4 cards deep. If you don't find what you need, you bin them all, and then you draw 2 more. That's 6 cards deep, right? 6 cards is really good for 3 mana at instant speed. And the bargain cost is like really easy, but it doesn't put anything in play. It's just like digging deeper for a better card. But generally speaking, in this deck, I think we're just looking for cards in general. I don't think there's a specific card that we're looking for all that often, right? So it could be said that Rowan's Grim Search is just a 3 mana, like a more expensive Costly Plunder. Like at least Deadly Dispute and Fanatical Offering make 1/1s, right? Sign in Blood. How does Sign in Blood line up? It's 1 card for 2. And it doesn't cost us a permanent, so that's good. Let's cut Rowan's Grim Search for now. Like this category can be lower because of Bertram. That's the trick. I would really love to get our flyers back in here, by the way. Let's just do a little reality check. We're going to add a couple of lands to the deck. We're going to play test a couple, maybe 2 rounds, and just see how it feels. Sometimes, you get to this point and you've like gone down these different rabbit holes and followed these different paths. Some of them like dead-ended, and you go back and you take cards out and you put them back in and all that. And it can be really easy for you to develop a Ship of Theseus problem. And for those of you who don't know what Ship of Theseus is, it's the philosophical concept of a ship that departs from a port, and it goes all the way around the world. And as it travels around the world, it replaces parts as they break. It even replaces the crew members, because crew members die or they bunk up with somebody when they go to port, and they no longer, they're no longer down. They don't want to travel the world anymore. And by the time, you're 3/4 the way around the world, maybe even the ship's captain has moved on, and you get all the way back to port, and by the end, there's not a single piece left and not a single person left from the original crew or from the original ship. Is it the same ship? And it's not that there's an answer to that. It's a rhetorical question. But in this case, the question is, we started with an idea, and now we've learned these things and we've gone down these pathways. And the question is it the same ship? Because we have cards in here for reasons, right? We have cards in here for reasons that may no longer be valid, right? So like, what are we still holding on to? We can cut a removal spell. I think we could cut Vendetta. Can cut Vendetta. I guess the nice thing about Doomblade Candy Grapple and Final Flourish is that they allow us to draw a card and kill something at the same time when we have something in play that we want to plunder away. But I am a little worried about maybe eating too much of our food, right? So maybe we cut Candy Grapple, because Candy Grapple doesn't sacrifice... sack an artifact, enchantment, or token. It just doesn't say creature. But Vendetta, it can be very painful on our life total. I guess we aren't worried too much about that because we have lots of ways of gaining life. Usually Vendetta is a really good card to play for that reason. And Ghastly Demise is really good because it's But it works really well in Plunder decks. We're putting a lot of stuff in the graveyard, so we have a big graveyard. Vicious Offering is the most awkward of all those, so we're going to cut that one. We're down to 109. Feeling really bad that we don't have Extort in here. That feels wrong. So the whole Ship of Theseus thing that I mentioned, the reason I'm saying that is because what we can do now is like, let's add 1, 2, 3. We had 109, so we're adding 3 lands. Okay, so now we're at 112. Okay, so now we can test the deck with a proper number of lands in it. This is super big bummer, because if we had 1 basic here, this would be insane. 2 lands, Ashnod's Altar, Mephitic Draught. I think this is pretty good. We're definitely going to hope to draw land number 3 or another rock. So draw Vault of Whispers. There it is. So drag this down a little bit more. Oh my god. Throat is so ravaged right now. Draw a card. Excellent. Now we can go Snow-Covered Swamp, Ashnod's Altar, pass the turn. Turn 4. Turn 4, we are probably looking at needing to interact with something right now. So I'm kind of wondering whether we need to hold up our Victim of Night and then run out an anti-combo piece. I think we do. I think we run out Bloodseeker, we pass the turn, and we like kill a Malcolm or something, and then we untap. Okay, very sick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bertram, pass the turn. And we can just burn a Rotten Reunion to make 2 bodies. So we're gonna get a because we've got a second one in the grave. Dude, there's so many tokens. Is this the one? Yes. We do that, and we're gonna make a vampire. Vampire Rogue, notably. Okay. And now Ashnod's Altar looks pretty friggin' insane here. We just need to draw some cards, right? So we'll do that. Untap. Now we probably sack Mephitic Draught. So what we could do is like this Culling the Weak doesn't have an outlet. It doesn't have a use yet. So let's sack the zombie to the Ashnod's Altar, and let's get our mana tracker here. 2 colorless mana. We'll pay a black, use a colorless mana to sacrifice Mephitic Draught and to draw 2. Okay, that's pretty good. Now we can... Is this where we want... I guess the Culling the Weak and the Ashnod's Altar is a little bit awkward because, like... yeah, it's just... It's a little hard on our mana, I guess. How many mana of things do we want to play? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we technically currently have enough mana to do all of that without Culling the Weak. If we didn't have Ashnod's Altar, Culling the Weak would feel better. Yeah, I really like the idea of having a lot of mana rocks in this deck. That was kind of the initial purpose, was to have a lot of those and then to be able to convert the mana rocks in the late game. So like this right here would be better as a mana rock right now. Interesting. So let's put this in the graveyard. Let's search up an Arcane Signet and let's put that in our hand instead. Okay. And we would just play it. And then 1, 2, 3 mana in total. We want to hit our land drop, so we're going to go sack this Vampire Rogue for 1, 2, 3. Spend 1, 2 of it on a Mycosynth Wellspring. Go and search up a swamp. Play the swamp because we haven't played a land for turn. Man, Ashnod's Altar does chain pretty damn hard here. And then Bertram, if we make another token with the Rotten Reunion, can immediately sack it with the Ashnod's Altar to do stuff and things. We're going to use the one colorless and a black to sack the Mycosynth Wellspring and get another swamp. Put in our hand. One in the colorless. There we go. And then we've got 1, 2, 3. So Nihil Spellbomb. Now we have 1, 2 up. Which actually maybe what we need to do is hold up our Generous Gift. I'm assuming we've got combo pretty well covered if we have Generous Gift and Bloodseeker. Ashnod's Altar math is always complicated. 1, 2, yeah. So I think that's what we do. We just pass the turn. We hold up Prismatic Strands, which can stop a Malcolm. We hold up Bloodseeker, which can stop a Flicker. We have Generous Scent or Generous Gift for Gretchen. So we'll pay 3, and let's just say we had 2 Prismatic Strands. Okay. And then we're going to untap. And we're going to play our land. Notably, it's turn 7, and we probably haven't made any progress on the board, which is concerning, right? Like we need to be like doing stuff. So keep that in mind. All the mana in the world and not an enormous amount to do. Oh, we didn't draw our card off of Baron. Yeah, we didn't draw our card off of the Mycosynth. And did we draw our card off the Mephitic Trot? It was supposed to be draw 2. We might have missed some card draw. I think we did. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so interestingly enough, we can Generous Gift our own stuff to make tokens with Baron. It feels like we are a little missing, like we have the Rotten Reunion in the yard, which we can do. So we are needing more fodder. And Baron says if we have fodder, we have cards, right? So let's go 1 mana, deploy the Nihil Spellbomb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to play the Troll, holding up Arcane for Defile. We have Spinning Darkness. Yeah. Okay. Or to activate Nihil. And then we pass the turn. And then I think during someone else's turn, 1, 2, 3, we really don't want to exile. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll kill something with Defile. And the timing on this is important. And then Spinning Darkness to get the top 3, which is not Rotten Reunion. Because Rotten Reunion is our token. We need to make it with that. Boom. And then we go to our turn. Opal Palace. Which, Opal Palace is probably not that good. Bertram is not going to die that often. Opal Palace is really good when you have a cheap commander that dies a lot. Or a commander that just dies a lot, right? And you have lots of mana. Okay, so all this mana, and we need to draw some cards. So what we're going to do is we're going to sacrifice Nihil Spellbomb to Bertram, paying the black to draw 2. And then we are going to pay 2. And let's just say we're flashing back this to make this and to do this. And then we're going to load up somebody's creature with this Parasitic Impetus, and we're going to punch, and we're going to punch. And we're going to pass the turn. And then if somebody tries to do something, we can Ghastly Demise it. Let's see, is there another way to do it? We only have 1 colored mana. Yeah, so we'll just Ghastly Demise. Land. Okay. So now Bertram can be pay 2 to sacrifice our zombie token, draw a card. Pay 2, sacrifice our vampire token to draw a card. Ah, yes. Good. Good. Now we go Arcane Signet, Swamp, Fanatical Offering. And actually at this point, I wonder if Ashnod's Altar is what wants to go. Because we don't really need the mana right now. Yeah, we'll just sack that. make a vampire, make a map token, and we're going to draw 2 cards. Okay. Yeah, that's very sick. Blood Fountain we want to save probably. We've got 3 mana, and we want to hold up Beckon Apparition, or maybe we just go white, black, extract a confession, exiling Spinning Darkness, which is collect 6 to Edict, and then we have 1 mana left, and I think we've oppressed our opponents a lot, so we could activate Map just to see. Everflowing Chalice we don't really need anymore, although we can play it for 0 and sacrifice it. Will we need to? No, because we're going to play Blood Fountain. We're going to get another rogue. We're going to get a blood. So we'll bin that. And then we'll, be attacking. And they're taking damage from the Bloodseeker. Turn 9. And we actually forgot to play a land there. So let's just get that land into play like this. And we're going to play our 10th land, Giga Mana. And we're going to go, which actually means we would have been able to Beckon Apparition during our opponent's turn. So we would have 2 of these now. Yeah, because we would have had 1 land. And then we would also have a Flying Spirit token like that. And then on our turn, we can go black, Blood Fountain, creates another vampire, creates a blood token. The blood token, pay 1, sack the blood token, discarding planes, drawing a new card, Outlaw Medic. Would it have been better to sacrifice the blood to Baron? It would have been. So we would keep this, and we would have to pay 1 more mana. Yeah. Interesting, when you see Blood Fountain not as like a blood token that like you use, but interaction count right now, how many have we used? It's turn 10. That's a great question. How many times have we interacted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times. That's a lot. While we have a stacks piece in play. So the other thing I'm noticing here is like when we have a card like Blood Fountain, it's more mana, but Blood Fountain is 2 bodies that we can pay 2 to draw 2 cards on. So Baron is gated on mana, which makes me want to go back to the plan of having just so many rocks. Just so many rocks, dude. We just gotta like load the deck with like tons of rocks, bro. We want to be able to draw a lot of cards, and we need to have lots of stuff to draw cards off of. Our card draw spells are just going to get us further along. This Culling the Weak has felt awkward, but maybe that's just because we had the... it might be just because we had the Ashnod's Altar. Let's just do 1 more of these. This is a good hand. We can go Tithing Blade into Fanatical Offering. Draw a card for turn. Dark Ritual is actually interesting here because we can go turn 2, Dark Ritual, Tithing Blade, Fanatical Offering. Yeah. Next turn. Yep. Get your rocks off. That's right. Dark Ritual, Tithing Blade, get wrecked. And then the rest of it for Fanatical Offering to draw 2 into our lands. Excellent. Very nice. And we're going to make a map token. You got to get your rocks off. That's exactly right. Swamp. We don't have any white mana. It's a little tragic. But in the meantime, we can always just like oppress. Ha! Nobody gets anything. Planes. No planes. Does this have to be target creature you control? It does. This is kind of sad. Like, there's nothing to do. We missed our land drops after drawing lots of cards. Yeah, we'll just try that again. Okay, this is good. Tithing Blade, Recommission, Candy Grapple, Rotten Reunion, Basilica Screecher. Sorry, Battle Screech. Draw. Vendetta, the turn 1, Malcolm, win attempt. Just kidding. It doesn't actually happen. Turn 2, though. And then untap. Oh, that's a great draw, because now we don't have to discard the hand size. Orzhov Basilica. Draw for turn. Bring these down just a little bit. So we have 3 mana, and we need to get a land. So what we could do is go 2 for Tithing Blade. And then hold up 1 for Vendetta, or to cycle Troll. I'm only gonna Vendetta something here if it's like really critical. So most likely it's just cycling Troll of Khazad-dûm and getting a swamp. We don't have double white for Battle Screech, unfortunately, but I don't want to get a tap land. And I will note, like, we really, really need to be like playing Bertram on turn 3 in my assessment. Turn 4, things are happening. Abdel's coming down, right? So that's one thing I'm observing here, is that I really wish I just like had a 2 mana rock that could get us right up the curve. So we'll play Bertram. Okay, now we can start doing the things. So Bertram draws cards off of both of these. Good God. So if I hold up Vendetta, Candy Grapple. Candy Grapple is interesting. I don't really want to be sacrificing things with Candy Grapple if I have Bertram. So, okay, let's go back here. Couple of changes. I think the Final Flourish and Candy Grapple are weird because we don't want to sacrifice our things in ways that aren't drawing cards or doing something else. So I think Candy Grapple... Candy Grapple and Final Flourish are good cards. We're not going to play them, I don't think. Same with Final Payment. I think we can do better. I will say, though, that actually does make Tragic Slip feel a lot better, because Tragic Slip is a sacrifice trigger in our command zone. So our concern, like Cast Down is an option. Cast Down deals with quite a few things these days. Like if a Malcolm combo goes off, it kills the pinger. If a Gretchen player goes off, it kills the untapper. If a Tatiova player, if there was one, Tatiova player went off with with a scout, it kills that. It just doesn't kill. Yeah, I think we do want it. One sec here. We've broken the fourth wall here by adding white. There's also like Disfigure would be another one. Disfigure being just like 1 mana, takes care of a lot of combo creatures. So the question is, is that what we're worried about? Final Payment. Yeah, people have mentioned like Fungal Infection, and there's another one that does something similar, but -1/-1 just doesn't kill enough stuff. Lash of Malice for the same reason as Disfigure, -2/-2, or it's +2/-2, but Last Breath is an interesting one as well. This one is really good at killing combo creatures, and it does exile them, but it gains our opponent life, and it is limited to mainly combo creatures. So generally speaking, you see Last Breath being played in like combo decks that don't want to die to other combo decks, or mono white decks, or like a white green deck that doesn't have good instant speed removal. This is instant speed. God, the funny thing is we could totally play cards like Mirrodin Avenged, and oh, that's so funny. Mirrodin Avenged, and you're dead already. Like, how often do we get people? If we swing in with our rogues and they just block, how often do we get them? We don't get to kill the creature of our choice, but we do kill something and draw a card. What do you guys think of that? It's kind of interesting. Pact to Stain isn't going to work because our vampires are getting consumed. We are using them up. What It's a no. Um, yeah, Tragic Slip I think is going to go in. I think Tragic Slip is good. It's not like asking us to do anything like crazy hard to do. I am interested in You're Already Dead. That's kind of cool. Okay. So we've done that. 111. So where's our removal? 15 removal spells. We could go down on Innocent Blood. Innocent Blood is really nice right now though, because you can do it super early, and you can kind of hose a lot of decks all at once with an Innocent Blood. And later on, we're fine sacrificing something, I guess. The difference is that all of these ones here, they create their own thing, or they don't take from us. Like Extract a Confession is just on a sorcery, so you use it, everybody loses a creature except for us. Tithing Blade, we get a permanent, and everybody loses something. And Demon's Disciple, everybody loses something, and then we get something, we sack it. So they're like neutral, right? Whereas Innocent Blood is like the Fleshbag Marauder is the creature we sacrifice, whereas Innocent Blood, we need a creature and the Innocent Blood. It's kind of like Abyssal Gatekeeper. It's the same reason that one doesn't always see play. But it's early interaction. Let's do that. And then what we were noticing was wanting more ramp, and that the ramp can just draw us cards later on. I was also noticing that we didn't really have like an active like win condition. It was kind of like, it looked a lot like to me we would establish a very miserable board state, and that it would maybe take a turn, some turns to win. Accelerated by things like Battle Screech, Triplicate Spirits, a Troll, Gloomfang Mauler. We need pingers. I think Extort does feel like it should be in the deck. So we want Extort or, life gain, symmetrical pinger type stuff. And we want more mana rocks. Okay, so let's fix the mana rocks part first. Culling the Weak, pretty cool. Dark Ritual, pretty cool. But I think both of these need to be something that can give us mana and then be sacrificed later on. So we need some of the, Charcoal Diamond. We need we're getting pretty sparse. Thought Vessel. Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? Like more mana rocks plays into Extort really, really well. Like really well. I love big mana Extort decks. It feels so good to go like, turn 2 Extort creature, turn 3 play rock, extort it. Like, it's very good. Oh my god, I might need to get another drink here, guys and gals. My throat is like, I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's probably like agonizing to listen to. So let me go get something really quick. I'm just gonna put us in intermission for a moment. Stay right there. Don't you leave, and we'll be right back with you. All right, thanks everybody for being here. We'll be back in a sec. And here we are. I am back. I have returned. The grubby Baron himself. I had to get some warm throat coat and emergency and some electrolytes because my throat is a mess. My beautiful singing voice, it is destroyed. Okay. So we got Garrett saying Power Stone tokens. Oh, I forgot about that. Huh. You know, that might be super big brained because Power Stones would ramp us. They would pay for the activated ability. Ooh, Garrett, I like where you're thinking. Good lad. It's a token and an artifact and a mana rock. I guess there aren't many. Well, but there are. Like we have Stone Retrieval Unit. It is 4 mana, so maybe not. What makes Power Stones? I guess nothing. Oh, no, Power Stone Engineer does. So how do we... Yeah, T is literally go for the throat. Oh, Garrett, I like your sense of humor. You're challenging Vector for the Master of Memes title. Okay, so Power Stone Engineer is the most appealing of all of them. How do we feel about this card? It is similar to like a Viridian Emissary, right? It's a 2-mana card that has a dies trigger. It's a 2/1 that ramps us. And it's a tapped source of ramp. The Power Stone token doesn't fix our colors, so it's a little worse in that way. But it is kind of... This is kind of, actually, you know, this is like a mana rock that we can sacrifice. Well, we have to sacrifice it to get the ramp. But once we, I've never played this card before, so I'm like, I haven't really grokked it. Sorry for the slurping sounds, guys. You're just gonna have to deal with it. I know there's a couple of you ASMR sensitive people in my streams and in my watching later on. I get messages from them saying, Ryan, stop chewing so loud, or don't eat while you're streaming. It's hard. It's a ramp from a body and the Baron. Yes, it is food for the Baron. So it's, you know, that might be part of it, is like we might need to just be playing cards like Power Stone Engineer. They don't help Baron get out turn 3, but it's good later. Yeah, I think we do want the Power Stone Engineer. I think we do. It's not ramp in like the timing that we need it, which is definitely like, we have to keep that in mind. But we needed food, right? It's better than Treasure for the Baron activation. Kind of reduces the cost to 1 black. Exactly, right. Like it makes every, yeah, exactly. So Dark Ritual on turn 2 can play out the Baron if we have white mana, right? But it's not an artifact. How often is Springleaf Drum going to be on? Pretty often, I think. Our curve, yeah, our curve is like 23 creature, like 23 permanents. A lot of them are creatures. Am I missing some 2-mana rocks here? We've got Flywheel Racer. You know, the funny thing about Flywheel Racer is that, like, you know, we're looking at Springleaf Drum and saying, like, is Springleaf Drum going to be consistently on? And we're saying, yeah, right? It is, because we should have something in play. But Flywheel Racer is 2 mana instead of 1, which means that it's in the same mana cost slot as the things that will crew it. Ah, Guardian Idol. I almost forgot. Here, one sec. Okay, Guardian Idol. Great card. Love it. Prismatic Lens is not awful. The fact that it can fix your mana is good. Like, it's okay. Colorless mana is okay because we have activated abilities that don't cost us colorless, but Oh, that feels good. My poor ravaged throat. Ugh. So Blood Fountain felt really good there. Nihil Spellbomb is a pretty cheap, like, draw 2 with our commander. Interesting thing is, like, Ichor Wellspring is so insane in this deck. Like, it's truly 3 cards, and only one of them had to come from our hand. So, like, how do we maximize on that? Like, the funny thing though is that while Nihil Spellbomb is efficient draw, it doesn't serve our game plan of like making tokens, which is important because the token making is what feeds like the insane card advantage engine that this represents. The reason to play this, right? The whole reason is that it makes bodies when you make tokens, and then you can take the tokens and sacrifice them. And every time we do something token oriented, we get 2 more activations off of Baron in terms of food, right? I'm realizing actually that Nimblewright schematic might be just like too stupid to pass up on, right? Nimblewright schematic is 5. It's 5 permanents on 1 card. That's only 2 mana, right? You play it the first time, it makes a 1/1, and if Baron's in play, it makes 2 of them. And then you can sacrifice the artifact to make another 1/1 at instant speed on somebody else's turn, which is 2, and then you've got 4 more things to sacrifice, right? That's ludicrous. That's too much to pass on. We can't not play that. And with tokens being the focus, Nadir's Nightblade and Mirkwood Bats is going to be really good, I think. Especially Mirkwood Bats. This one gains us life. And then how are we feeling about Triplicate Spirits? When we were doing all that stuff before, did it ever feel like we had the mana to cast this? So we have 114. Let's get our ramp cards in here because we need to test now with the ramp. 16 ramp spells. That's better. That's what I'm talking about. Big Orzhov money. Love to see it. Recommission and Return to Triumphant aren't as important anymore. Because the things that they get back, we have some things that we like to get back, but we can get them back with other tools. So let's pull these for now. That's so weird. It's so weird to do that. Recommission does get back artifacts. Return Triumphant does make a 1/1, but so do these right here. What's our other card that gets back artifacts? Emergency Weld. Yeah. Although Cranial Plating doesn't usually like eat removal. 12. So we went up 3 lands, and we were at 9 cards above. So that's 1/3, which is about right. Okay, so we're at a perfect balance right now. Okay. This is, I think, good. Mourner's Surprise looking a little awkward here because we don't have anything to get back with it. And our removal is actually like not functioning. And this is actually a weird hand. We have 2 lands and a rock, which is great, but we don't want to play any of these cards, and we kind of can't. So let's mulligan this. This is not a turn, not probably a turn, unless we top deck a land. This is good. I like it. There's a land. Swamp. Let's act cycle troll because we're gonna need a swamp. Yeah, we're gonna need a swamp. Get that, and then draw for turn. Play land. Okay, this is actually pretty great. The drawing the lands off the top naturally was pretty gas. Baron, Baron Vladimir Harkonnen is in play. And then we can run out a land here. Yeah, nimble right schematic, right? Like we just go one. Well, we might need to interact at this point, actually. So let's do Nihil Spellbomb because we can activate that at instant speed. And we need to actually... Oh, man, it feels bad. I don't want to pass the turn without edicting right now. But I think we need to get our engine on so that we can sack one of the tokens to the Chain Devil. So we're going to be a little greedy on this one. You could totally get punished for this. So just know that this might not be the optimal line, but it depends on how your pod looks. So you do this right here, and then we probably want to... See, this is where we might even want to hold these, right? We might want to hold them because we can cast them. And we're about to make giga bodies. So maybe this is like a kind of an aggressive hand, right? So we go 1, 2 during somebody else's turn, sacrifice nimble right schematic to make one more of these and one more of these and to draw a card. There's our swamp. Okay. I mean, this looks kind of aggressive, which is really interesting. But I like that we have the capacity for it. We could tap 6 and play Eagles and like slam in for 8, 12. Or we could interact. We could, yeah, probably want to do this. 1, 2, Suture Priest. 1, 2, 3, 4, Chain Devil. And we're going to eat one of the servos. Like that. Now I feel a little more comfortable that we can't interact because Suture Priest is in play. And then we'll draw for turn. We have the initiative. And the initiative to put forage counters on the Suture Priest would be nice. We probably want to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be Eagles. Would be just playing Eagles this turn. But I think we can wind up a little bit more. So we go this right here, cycle this, get ourselves a Witch's Cottage. This is a really cool trick you can do, by the way, with Troll and with Gloomfang Mauler, is that you can always, like, you don't have to worry about cycling them away because you can always get Witch's Cottage and then put them right back on top. And that basically gets you a land, or it can get you 2 lands, right? Like if you get Witch's Cottage, you know, Witch's Cottage, Troll back on top, and if all you need is lands, then you can cycle Troll again and get another land. It does put you like back in your deck, like you're like putting cards on top and then you're drawing. But like if you just need to draw lands, it's a thing you can do. So definitely it's not nothing. Like right here, I just want to get my land and then I'll put this on top. So that was 2 mana to cycle the tap land. And then we have 4 mana. So now we can pass the turn and we can just sack some stuff, right? Pay 2, sack this token, draw. Pay 2. I think we could, yeah, we'll sack one of these and draw. And then we'll draw for turn. Now I feel pretty good about leaning in here a little bit. Like this is going to be more of a finisher. Turn 7, like we're going to want to be finishing this game like around turn 12 or close to winning. So let's go. We do have 3 swamps in play for the Witch's Cottage, but we don't want to play this and then Witch's Cottage because then we're going to shuffle. And I would like to have the Underdark Explorer. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Underdark Explorer. Gonna go and get a swamp because that's all we need now. Most of the time in like black decks, you're base black. And so once you have your first 2 or 3 colors of your other color, you just want swamps for like Pestilence, Crypt Rats, like for this. Pretty cool thing we could do here too, we could orchestrate, is that if we play Crypt Rats out and somebody kills it, then when we get to the Throne of the Dead 3, we can Witch's Cottage, put Crypt Rats on top, and then flip it into play off Throne of the Dead 3, which is like one of the more game-ending things you can do in a mid-range deck. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 2 mana left. We do have mana for Spinning Darkness. We do not. We haven't played a land this turn. So we'll go Swamp. What do we want to be doing? Do we want that sort of Crypt Rats play? Because 3 mana here allows us to do Demon Disciple into Spinning Darkness. And then Spinning Darkness will eat all of our good graveyard creatures, which is kind of sad. But let's just play out our Demon's Disciple. Sack our token. And then we'll pass the turn, I guess. We could also have sacked the Demon's Disciple, and then if we did, we would have Spinning Darkness. Maybe that's what we need to do. Yeah, we probably can't go Shields down on turn 7. And then, yeah, unfortunately, we do have to exile all these. But now we're going to do this play when we get to the initiative. So exile these, Spinning Darkness, stopping the combo player. We're going to Forge in our upkeep, and we're going to Forge onto the Citra Priest so that it does not die when we sweep things. Draw for turn, Deadly Dispute. So let's go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Crypt Rats. This should be ringing alarm bells for the whole table. Wow. Now we can get aggressive. We're going to punch. And we're going to pay 1 before combat resolves to clear out blockers. And with that on the stack, we're going to sacrifice this rogue to draw a card. So we'll draw a card. Crypt Rats will die. We'll get in with our attackers, right? Bunch of damage. Because we probably cleared the blockers out of the way. And then we have 2 mana left, and we could 1, 2. I mean, this might be a situation where we just put Crypt Rats on top. Oh, you know, the shame is that if we had Crypt Rats in play when we forge, that's pretty hard to manufacture, though. You basically have to have Crypt Rats in play and then play the initiative, and then it doesn't die, and then you forge onto it, and somebody doesn't kill it. It's not very common. You mostly, like Undercity, this. So we'll just put this on top, and we're going to play our Orzhov Signet. 2 and then 1 here. So we have 2 mana up. We can cast Deadly Dispute. Yeah, we can do some stuff. So let's go pass a turn. End step, we're going to go here. And I think Deadly Dispute onto the... It'd be nice to do just like... We want lots of mana. We don't have lots of stuff to do. So I guess we're going to sack the Orzhov Signet. And we're going to draw 2. And we're going to make a token. Shoot. I need to, yeah, you got to do like this to get the spacing on them. That's my little OCD brain going crazy there. All right, boom there. And then treasure token. Fear not the plunder. And then if we needed to, we could actually like sack the treasure to Rotten Reunion right here, but we probably don't need to. So that was the forge turn. And now we're going to go into the probably trap, maybe goad, depending on what's in play. So what do we do here? So like this is also a stage where we have the initiative and we have a sweeper that we can like repeatedly use, which is really good. And we have a board full of thick things that aren't going to die likely. So let's just see what our options are. We're going to start by going Plains because Plains is our least used mana, and cast Astrolabe, which will fix it. Now we have Beckon Apparition, which is great. I think what I want to do is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. 9 mana available, which unfortunately is not enough to cast Crypt Rats, activate it, and then do Eagles of the North. But I think what we'll do here is we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Yeah, that's fine. 6. Eagles of the North. And this is going to like buff up our team and make it very scary. So we're going to like swing and get in. Because we're kind of like fine, I think, if somebody gains the initiative on turn 9 with this like huge board of creatures and the ability to make instant speed blockers, right? So we do that. We kill somebody probably with that hit. I mean, that's 6 menace, 7 from here. You know, maybe we don't swing with this, but we definitely swing with Bertram. And then on the crackback, we've probably got 1 to 2 players left. And we can go Beckon Apparition, make another one of these, and make a spirit token. And then we can Rotten Reunion. Or we can pay 2 to sacrifice something. Like an Astrolabe would be fine. Yeah, Astrolabe. We'll just sack Astrolabe. Draw a card off of Bertram. And then now we are going to go into either draw a card or a 4/1. And I think we want the 4/1 skeleton. So we don't have a... oh boy. not 41, 4/1. 4/1 skeleton. And we'll draw. And we're going to start by probably going let's see. Like, we could play Crypt Rats, sacrifice 2 of our 1/1s, and pop Crypt Rats, clearing the board. Like, clearing the board is definitely the most important thing. We probably need to clear it for 2, so that's 5. So 5, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 left, which is 2 activations of Bertram, which is making use of the rogue tokens. Oh, and these probably 8 blockers. These probably died in combat last turn. Yeah, just be clear about that. Those probably died. So then 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2. So if we go 1, actually, we want to do this afterwards. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to tap a lot of your like non-white mana for Crypt Rats. Play it. Actually playing it this way, and then or your non-black, yeah, and then yeah, 2 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now we're and if we were going to do Crypt Rats, we wouldn't do this, right? Yeah. So but creating the token creates another vampire. Oh my god, the initiative is so good. Is this the only deck where you would actually choose Treasure, Scry 2 Treasure? Maybe. You'd probably do it pretty often. I mean, either way, this is turn 10, and we have a very solid command of the game. We're probably going to draw like another 2 to 3 cards this game, this turn, into an Ichor Wellspring, which will draw, and then draw. I mean, like, off of Baron. This feels like a very commanding game. No second land. Oh, this would be so sick if it had a second land. This also kind of makes me wonder whether like Trailblazer's Torch. Yeah, Garrett, I missed a chunk of your stream in the middle, but thinking of win cons, did we discuss whenever you gain life effects via extort and lifelink on the 1/1s? Yeah. So we did cut the extort because we just didn't have anything else to cut, and it felt like it may have been trying to do too many things at once. Which, now that I'm looking at the fact that we have like a card advantage engine that is only gated by the amount of mana that we have in our deck in our command zone, that kind of makes me question the extort, right? Because extort's going to cost you more mana. And so, like, yeah, like that last one that we just did there, we activated him a bunch of times, and we needed every mana we could get to really eke out all the value from Baron. I think that the extort is really good. It's always been one of my favorite mechanics, and it's super strong. But I don't think it's what we are. I don't think that's. I think we have to. Now you're talking about Marauding Blight Priest and Epicure of Blood though, which are definitely interesting, right? Then you can like punch people with your lifelink creatures or block with them, and then everybody loses life when they drain. It's a little bit 2 steps removed though, because we have to have Bertram, have token maker things that make tokens, and then they have to go to combat and die or block in combat, and then we have to have the thing. So I don't think the Marauding Blight Priest or the Epicure of Blood belong in here. Now that I think I've talked myself out of it. DBZ says Mayhem Devil feels like House Corono against this, or Smugglers. DBZ, do you like watching Turin? He's one of my favorite live streamers. He's actually was a lot of the inspiration for building this channel, and I've always loved his content. I've really enjoyed his Dune Spice Wars stuff lately. That game is amazing. And for those of you out there that like want to get better at Commander, you should watch some of that, because it's a political game. You're a free for all, right? And in free for alls, like politics determines outcomes, right? Like if you can get somebody else to spend resources, attack somebody, counter something, kill something instead of you, then you're up, you're winning, right? Yeah, Turin's a lot of fun to watch. He is. Big inspiration. I've really long wanted Turin to try out cPDH. I've heard him talk about Magic and the sort of stuff he likes to do. And first of all, he's a based black mage, of course, right? Of course Turin's a black mage. He would love mono black in this format, or like black X. And it's like, yeah, exactly. They like to RP a bit their games. That's awesome. I'm down for a little bit of RP as long as everybody's trying to win. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine. I just don't like playing in casual environments where like bad or stupid decision making is happening, I guess. And that's not all casual environments by any means. There's lots of play groups that don't do that. But my experience with a lot of casual play has been like a lot of like toxic shit, where like there's like some person who knows a lot more about the game who's like taking advantage of players in the game who don't know what they're doing, and like convincing them to do things that like kind of king make, right? Like a skilled player taking advantage of less skilled players to like king make is not really a vibe. And there's also like a lot of that sort of, what is it? Like, oh, I'm gonna die anyways, so I'm gonna like swing all out at somebody. It also, just king making. I think I'm sensitive to king making. I don't like it, and I think that's one of the reasons why competitive is really fun for me, is because it feels more like less random. But yeah, no, I love Turin's content. I think he's great. Okay, so convince him on a House Vernius deck, and I think you'd win him over. Well, I mean, wouldn't he love this? He's a Harkonnen main. He would totally love the Baron. I've heard him talk about the black decks and how he likes to play them. He likes Sacrifice, Plunder. It's perfect. But I don't have any channel or avenue to get a hold of him, so. It's the meme dream. Okay, so back to the topic here. So we liked the number of rocks there, right? That felt really good. House Vernius, by the way, Dragon, would be my TPI deck. My Third Path Iconoclast deck is totally House Vernius. Bots, robots, like tricksy sort of like, counter spells, or, and kind of like, linking all this value together. Yeah, I don't play Dune at all. I don't have it. I guess I find it hard to play more than one game at one time. My other game that I play is Dota, and that game is like all consuming. If you've never played Dota, game demands your attention when you're playing it. I find it hard to play the other games when I've got that one. Okay, so Trailblazer's Torch. Initiative is really good in this deck for a couple of different reasons. But like one of them being that when you're when you have the initiative, you can create treasure tokens, which are more mana, instead of going into the forge, and it also makes your 1/1s. So in a sense, initiative is giving you tokens, right? And we hold the initiative really well. So Trailblazer's Torch feels like where we would want to be. Trailblazer's Torch is often a card that I look at and I'm just like, it should be in every deck that does initiative stuff, because it's just 4 mana, gain the initiative on something that you can plunder away. You can just sacrifice the Trailblazer's Torch. Good God, though. Because I am guzzling all these liquids right now, I need to go use the restroom one more time. So I'm gonna have to leave you guys on the hook again here. It is the price of keeping this voice alive. So be right back. Thank you, guys. Quick intermission. And we're back. Okay. Zach says holding and taking initiative and Monarch are super easy for this deck. Absolutely. Yeah. Super, super easy. I think that's, yeah, I mean, like, it might even be just completely wrong that we're not playing Monarch as well, right? It's just like, just more cards, right? And Thorn of the Black Rose is like a really, is like a really good creature as well. Garrett says, I think we could cut the Sign in Blood and the other pure card draw stuff. We have so much draw. Yeah, Garrett, I think you're on the right wavelength here. It's so wild because like Sign in Blood and Night's Whisper are just like some of the most staple black spells that have ever been printed in this format. And yet, and I still play them often, but I don't play them all the time. I think Sign in Blood could definitely go. And we only need to cut, I think we're down to 8 or 9 cards that we have to cut. It says 112, but that's only because I bumped up the land count a little bit. And like one way to look at these is, okay, so wait a second. Sign in Blood is a card from our hand that gets us 2 cards. So we're trading Sign in Blood for 2 new cards for the same mana, and not taking something out of our hand, but taking something in play, we can draw 1 card, which is the same net difference. So why would we ever play a 2 mana draw 2? And these lose us life, right? We just have to keep Bertram fed, right? If we can keep him fed, yeah, Zach says there are no staples, only paper clips. And for that one, Zach, you have earned yourself a pinned comment, my friend. That's excellent. Yes, there's no staples, only paper clips. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the right. I mean, it's just like, I guess I look at a card like Night's Whisper, I'm like, why wouldn't I just play this draw 2, But like the problem is slots, right? We can go lower on this, right? Like Mephitic Draught, Ichor Wellspring, these cards, all this stuff that draws cards when it dies or ETBs is great because it's like amplifying the card draw of this commander. Oh my God. I have, I think I've caught Nurgle's blessing. Grandpappy Nurgle has come and patted me on the shoulder and says, "It's okay, son. All is rot and decay. The Dad Council is pleased." Oh my God. I do look forward to the day when these streams are large enough that we have lots of great inside jokes like this. I think that's really special when you've got streamers who you know, like really close connection with their community, and they've got all sorts of fun innuendo, and that's great. Okay, so now that we know that fodder is really, really important, are the creatures that repeatedly come back from the graveyard on their own, Persistent Specimen and Haunt of the Dead Marshes, are those premium? In true theme with the deck, you are sacrificing yourself to make this video. This is like the like meta plundering, isn't it? It's like plundering taken to like a meta level, like potentially unnecessary level. I could have just not streamed today. That was probably the reasonable thing to do. But you know, here we are. I regret nothing. Okay, so okay, we were Zach was talking about the Monarch earlier, and the Monarch might actually be good too, because the Monarch is like giving us cards without eating up our board, and it also builds our board. So there's a part of me that wants at least Thorn of the Black Rose in here, right? Yeah, like Thorn is definitely the best of them. Definitely the best of them. So what about Village Rites and Corrupted Conviction? These are just like so cheap, right? They're so efficient that we play them instead of, because like, you know, we're saying like no to Costly Plunder, no to Altar's Reap, no to Nasty End, no to Sign in Blood, no to Night's Whisper. So why Village Rites and Corrupted Conviction? Is because it's cheap, right? Because it's 1 mana. And Erosium, you're right. Like, there's no cap on the potential of them. They can just continue to go and go and go. And to be quite honest, like, my experience with those cards has been very positive. Like, if you hold up mana to kill something and you don't need to kill anything, you just instant speed bring this creature back into play. Feels very good. And with Haunt of the Dead Marshes too, it's scrying. It's scrying. I mean, they are kind of like the ultimate. Like, but okay, but then there's cheaper ways to get those bodies though, or permanents, and they don't give us tokens. That might be the bigger thing, because Persistent Specimen is 1 mana, so is Haunt, and we're not getting anything else. Like Haunt does scry, but like we could play like a greedy freebooter, and it's 1 mana. And it's gonna, when it dies, it's gonna come back right away, right? Or it's gonna give us a treasure, which is gonna give us a vampire, which is 3 things on 1 body for 1 mana. So, okay, I think that's the reason why we would not play the Persistent Specimen and the Haunt, is that simply put, a greedy freebooter or a shambling ghast produces 3 bodies, 3 permanents for 1 mana. And yes, we could burn through them and run out. But the Persistent Specimen is 1 to play, gives us nothing, which is the same thing. They both give us nothing. When they die, it doesn't give us anything either. And then when it dies, when we kill it for 2 mana, we have to bring it back for 3. So I think Greedy Freebooter and the 1 mana stuff is going to be better, right? It kind of depends on how much mana we make, though, because it's 5 mana to draw a card. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's kind of a lot. The Baron needs Chom. I need more Chom. Where is the spice? Where has the spice gone? Yeah. Okay. So Haunt and those ones don't work for us. We would want MV equals 1. Type creature, O token, and then O enter, or O dies. Yeah. So yeah, Greedy Freebooter and Shambling Ghast, both making treasures, is really sick with our big mana game plan. Oh, praise Papa Nurgle. I'm going to start counting to 7 over and over and over again, like the Tally Men, the Plague Bearers. Wellspring doesn't feel as good as the other artifacts. Yeah, I agree. But I think I still like Wellspring more than a lot of the other cards because it's an ETB and I'm gonna say LTB, but we know it's a death. It's like goes to the graveyard, right? It's a ETB and an LTB, right? So it's like we're getting two cards off of it, and we are a deck that wants lots of lands, right? So I don't think that one's on the menu to cut. How do we feel about? Okay, here's another question. Damn it. Here's another question. There are the premium cards that are 1 mana and draw a card. There are cards that are 2 mana, they make a token, and then they do something. They get a creature back, they draw a card. Then there are the 2 mana creatures that only draw a card when they die. And I'm wondering, are we happier with just more fodder? Because this is 2 mana draws like 2 mana to play, 2 mana to draw a card when we sacrifice it. Are these not very efficient is what I'm asking. Guildsworn Prowler, Novice Occultist, Outlaw Medic. Wait, do we not have... where the hell is Dusk Legion Zealot? Is it not in here? Oh my god, we don't even have Dusk Legion Zealot. Damn it. I hate that. I hate it when I find a card that I know is... damn. This is like one more card we have to cut. But do you guys hear what I'm saying? Like, is it better to just have something that makes a lot of bodies that we can sack with Bertram rather than bodies that give us an additional card when we sacrifice them? Does that make sense? That's kind of interesting to think about, like the math there. Like we spend 2 mana for this creature. It doesn't do anything when it ETB. So I would take the ETB ones, but the LTB ones, Novice Occultist, Outlaw Medic, Prowler, these three. They're essentially the same thing, right? Except that we don't get the card until they die. Whereas we get the card right away on Mordor Muster and Dusk Legion Zealot and, and those. Like, we get the card right away, which is definitely much better than getting the card like to get the 2 cards from Bertram and the Novice Occultist is 4 mana, right? Whereas we just get one of the cards off Dusk Legion Zealot, and then if it dies, fine, whatever. Yo, what's up to Jake? Good to see you. New commander time, Craigasm. It is most cray. This commander is very cool. We could probably go down a little bit on this, not a ton. Like 1 would be like 15 rocks. We could do some hypergeometric distribution calculator stuff, which I will start doing right now while I answer these questions. So we're going to go to hypergeometric distribution calculator magic. Aether Hub, that's the one. Yeah, Aether Hub's got a good one. We also got to consider the body on these supposed cards as we're winning through combat. Running the card draw turbine doesn't necessarily win the game. Yeah, you're not wrong. So let's do 99, but really, let's see. Okay, so when we do this, we want to do 99 because the sample size is taken into account with the math, correct? I'm forgetting. I haven't used one of these in maybe like 6 months. So like, do we do 99 or do we do 92 because of the opening hand? But it says number of cards in our opening hand. So yeah, 99, right? It would be 60 or 99. 7 card opening hand. Technically it's 8, but we're going to say 7 at first. Successes in the population. And what are we trying to figure out? Oh yeah, how many rocks we need. If we have 18, Well, actually, it's really 16. And then we want 1. And we want 1 in our opening hand. 72% of 1 or more. That's pretty good. And if we're willing to look at 2 hands, then that's 72% twice. If we bump it up to an 8-card hand, that goes up by 5%. Yeah, so it's 5% per card in hand. If we said by turn 2 we want a 2-mana rock, so we can play a turn 3 Bertram in 90% of our games, 9 out of 10 games. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty good. If we went down to 15, the blessed number, we would this doesn't include the fact that if we have a greedy freebooter, a shambling ghast, or a power stone engineer, and then we plunder it on turn 2, we can actually cast a turn 3 Bertram. That takes certain things coming together, though. So I'm just trying to see, like, is there room to cut here? And I don't think that there is. Ashnod's Altar doesn't count either. So it's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Prize statue also needs a plunder effect. Well, no, because we could go turn 2, land, prize statue, makes a treasure, land, Bertram on 3. And then use Bertram to sack the prize statue. That works. Oh, God. 15 removal spells feels right. Wrath's there. Okay, so then the cards we're cutting then are these 3, right? Arkham's Astrolabe could also be on that list. It's half of an Ichor Wellspring, so it's always a good card in this deck. Fixes our mana. It's pretty damn good. It doesn't make any... It's just draw. So there is that. O token, O draw. Yeah, there's also this card, which is potentially like really nutty in this deck. You like cutting Astrolabe. I don't know if I love cutting Astrolabe, and we might need to, but Cirith Ungol Patrol, though, I do want to mention this. It makes food tokens. It sacks creatures and it draws cards. Later on, it's a 4/5 attacker. It's extremely slow because what this card kind of reads is like you play it out, you block with it. You play it out, you block, and then sack a creature that's also blocking to draw a card and make a token. This is just a very expensive and slow engine on a body that can attack, you know. There's also pointed discussion, which we didn't put in here. Target opponent exiles a card from his or her graveyard. Put a 1/1. Okay, no. Yeah, it has the same endless... Right, it's almost a little redundant, right? Like, we already have our commander. And our commander can actually attack while doing all that, too. Oh, what about Spellbomb? Sack, create a 1/1. Make 2 1/1s for 2. Draw a card. No. Yeah, see, and then pointed discussion and foreboding fruit, I guess. They're like kind of bad draw spells comparatively, but they do make a 1/1, right? So they're kind of like you know, the Fanatical Offering and Deadly Dispute. They should at least be under consideration. You can kind of read these as like a Phyrexian Rager that draws 2 cards because we're getting a body off of it, right? And then this one, yeah, we're getting a body off of it. This one is hungry on your black mana. You have to Adamant for 3, which is like, could be annoying. Pointed discussion though definitely seems nice. But we're cutting cards right now, not adding them. So let's cut some of the things that we need to cut here, like this. So we have 8 more cards to cut, which is, yeah, this is where like the cranial plating, you know, usually bites the dust, but it could be, you know, that what was the rationale again? Talk to me, chat. Why do we have corrupted conviction and village rights, but not costly plunder in the other ones? Is it just because it's cheap? Like, I don't want to cut these cards, right? But I'm asking that because I wouldn't have cut costly plunder or reckoner's bargain earlier either. But now we have because we know better. You like the 1 cost. Well, that's not like the best rationale. You guys like repeating back to me exactly what I said suggests that you disagree. Is that true? That's fine if you do. I just like, because I don't know what to I don't know what to know. Like, we're cutting cards that I don't usually cut from my decks. This is definitely stretching my brain. Cuttable. Wow. 1 sec. Nurgle's blessings are manifold right now, so they're cuttable. Is it? So weird. It's so weird to like wrap my brain around cutting a card like Corrupted Conviction or Village Rights in a deck like this that prints tokens. Just literally prints them. But like, I guess if we have tons of mana, Bertram just does that, right? Yeah, so the commander reliance is something we always got to keep in mind, right? That's important to keep in mind. You know, leaning too heavily on our commander can mean that when our commander isn't there, our deck doesn't work. And that's a bad feeling. But we got to keep in mind that Bertram is not really a target for removal. A, because he's hard to kill. So like the removal that's most likely to go to Bertram is auras. Lignify, Reprobation, Stasis Field, Witness Protection, Deep Freeze, shit like that. And that will be annoying. And in a sense, these sort of help protect us against that a little bit. But like, but what I'm more trying to say isn't so much that like we need to have that for that reason. What I'm more saying is that like our commander is not likely to die much at all. I like, it's really hard to imagine like a cPDH game I'm in where there's a fucking, pardon bleep, Gretchen, Abdel, right? Those are the 2 most popular decks in the format, Gretchen and Abdel. So just imagine every pod, there's one of those 2 or both of them. And then there's you. And then there's some X deck, whatever it is, right? Imagine that moment. Try to imagine the moment where somebody's killing your Baron. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to manufacture that in my brain. Erosium says, the more we lean into the Baron, the plan, the more dependent on it we become. And it'll be apparent to the table. Hence, the activated ability might be slightly less reliable because the Baron is such a pillar of the deck. Jake says, I would naturally avoid all card draws in this deck, but I can see how that would slow it down. Ah, I see. So you're saying you wouldn't play any card draw, which, I mean, 2 mana for a card. I guess that's where Corrupted Conviction and Village Rites are nice, is that they're pretty high velocity. That's true, Zach. Yeah, I see, like that. Even that, like they put the aura on your commander, knowing like probably not, right? Like they probably don't put it on your commander because they're because you know they know that you're a deck that probably plays all these, and we do play a few of them. We also play a lot of edicts, dude. Like look at this: 1, 2, 3, 3 more ways to sack it. Yeah, no, I agree. Defreeze goes on Baron and we're in the 1v1, right? But I don't think we need to worry about Baron dying. So so when we're trying to determine the falsity or my brain is breaking. There's a word for it. The correctness or the falseness of is the claim of is it wrong? Is it wrong for us to be commander centric? And I think the answer is it is right for us to be commander centric. Yeah, they think they think we have a ton of plunder, and they know that we have tons of edicts. Right? They know these things. Like, come on, this is an Orzhov deck. It's an Orzhov control deck. They see all these like grindy creatures. They see all these mana rocks, like initiative. You know, like absolutely. Like auras. Bertram is a terrible target for removal. Okay, it's just like. It's going to feel very bad. And like, not only that, but dude, what if we have like 7 mana rocks, like 3 mana rocks and 7 lands? 3 mana rocks, 7 lands, and they kill our commander and we're just like, lol, recast it? I don't know. I mean, I think for that reason, we're going to cut Opal Palace, actually. Garrett asks, how does this stack up against other Orzhovs? How likely is this to be a big target after a few games? Not likely to be a big target. I think we're pretty clear on that. Other Orzhov decks. Well, let's take a quick peek. Sorry for all the sounds, guys. Like this is, I am deep in the pain cave with this throat of mine. Ariel Knight of Windgrace is not really a deck that sees any play. It's definitely reasonable. You know, Ariel's also fairly slow. It's more mid-range. It attacks more. You've got kind of like Voltron elements of like your commander can deal commander damage. Cliffhaven Vampire is like stacks. So this is really different. This is like a Punisher deck. It's called the Punisher for a reason, because like everything your opponent does, whether it's ETBs, you casting spells, artifacts coming into play, their creatures entering the battlefield, their creatures entering the battlefield, their creatures entering the battlefield, like us casting spells, all of it costs them life. Right. And then you're amplifying it with like duplicates of your commander, like Marauding Blight Priest and Epicure of Blood, which are the same thing. So different from that, right? And then Denethor would be a really close comparison to this one. I think Denethor... so Denethor is a 2/4 for 3 mana. It's a good body. For 3 mana, though, less. And it's a human noble, also noble. This one makes 1/1s every turn, but it's only if something we control died. And it's only during our end step. So we can only make 1 a turn. This deck really only needs 1 a turn. And then the activated ability, instead of drawing cards, is draining everybody. I think Bertram is better. I think this kind of puts Denethor in the dumpster, to be honest. Drawing cards is like better than this ability. Orzhov has so many ways to make people lose life that it's just redundant. And we can make a lot more bodies on Bertram. And they come out on the same turn. Bertram comes out on turn 3 because we have rocks. Denethor comes out on turn 3. They don't play any rocks, right? I have a lot of Orzhov decks. So Indulging Patrician is definitely the most aggressive of all of the Orzhov decks I have, because Indulging Patrician says whenever you extort or whenever you sacrifice something that gains you 3 life, you gain 3 life for any reason. At the end of your turn, you're going to drain everybody for 3 more. So it's like 4 every turn or more. And then you have this flying Indulging Patrician that can wear a cranial plating like a boss bitch. You know, and plus, like, look at this art. Just take a look at this shit. Yeah. It's kind of hot, honestly. Really hot. Yeah. Indulging Patrician is definitely more proactive, but all of them are extort, except for the one that we're building right now. And then Vizkopa, which is like a soft core combo deck. You know, you're extorting to like keep yourself alive and to like whittle people down, and then eventually when people are like mid life total, you just blow them out of the water with like a congregate. But it operates more like a control deck, and it has a lot of rocks, right? A lot of ramp. The ramp is a little bit different here because they, you know, getting out your commander early isn't the key. They just want lots of mana for activated abilities. And I have others. Compared to Abdel, Abdel is a like mid-range combo deck. Abdel, the problem with Abdel, other than the fact that the card is broken, is that you are going to draw a lot of attention. A lot of attention. Like, you should be getting killed if you're playing Abdel. I'm just saying it, okay? Like, don't whine. Like, if you're getting killed with Abdel, you should know it's because people respect how busted this card is, right? It's like better than World Gorger Dragon on so many levels, and it combos so easily, even in black and white, right? So, like, Bertram is submarining, right? You're the mid-range deck that's not drawing attention nearly as much. Abdel, like, you sit down at a table playing any combination of Abdel, and it's just like, okay, game on, right? Like, I'm gonna be like, and the difference here is that Abdel can be, you can turn off all of this shit by just killing it on the stack. Whereas like Bertram isn't the target for removal. So it depends. Like, do you want to be the problem at the table? If so, like Abdel, you know, Abdel Blue right now in particular is one of the more winningest decks. It's 45% win rate right now. So just know that when you're at tables that it's a very good deck. Mainly because it just recovers really well and it combos very easily. Also, I will mention about Agent, and this deck is not completed here, but one of the things I've noticed about this deck too is that a player aggressing on an Abdel player who has Agent of the Iron Throne in play can accidentally kill the rest of the people at the table and then be like dead to the one person left if they block with all of their 1/1s to survive. And I learned this during Sanctuary because I swung all my TPI tokens at the Abdel player, and I forced them to block. And when they blocked, they basically killed the other 2 players, which was perfect for me. I was like, yeah, I'll take damage for that. Absolutely. So this does some weird stuff to the table sometimes. But yeah, that's the thing. The main thing would be like, Abdel, you're the problem. Or Bertram, you're not, right? Like, Bertram, you're submarining. Abdel, you're like holding your banner high and being like, come at me, bro. And then, yeah, those are the main ones. Let's see if I've got another one here that should be mentioned. Yeah, Minthara would be another one. Minthara, though, is more like a proactive mid-range deck because you like want to get in an attack, and it loves tokens, right? It loves like this Rotten Reunion, Nested Shambler, Nezumi, Line Breaker crap, you know, and this is more of a proactive mid-range deck, right? You're attacking. And yeah, so let's get back to the deck. I got to catch up on chat. Jake says, I would play the really good ones like Deadly Dispute, but you also have creatures and artifacts that draw when ETB and sack, I'm assuming. Yep. I can see this drawing 2 to 3 cards just from sacking the right things, so Village Rights doesn't feel as needed. Zach says, I think this is likely the best Aristocrats deck. Vizkopa is a real good, but totally different. Yeah, they're apples and oranges, right? Vizkopa is an Orzhov combo deck. It burns people out and it's non-deterministic, but it is a combo deck, right? You just need to combo in the same way that Burn is a combo deck. Burn has characteristics of a combo deck. You count. The combo is dealing damage in increments of 3 and 4. And then Jake says, I remember thinking Denethor when I first saw the Baron, but I wasn't sure which one's better. Yeah, Denethor is still good, right? But I think that the way we're designing, Baron just feels like the, like, yeah, the Baron is like stonks, right? Like you drawing cards. It says draw cards on it, and you can make four times as many tokens potentially. I love Indulging Patrician. I need to plat that deck. Dude, Indulging Patrician, sweet. Actually, Indulging Patrician is the only other cPDH deck that I've brought to a major cPDH tournament other than TPI. So I've played TPI in all 6 of the tournaments except one, and it was with Indulging Patrician. And I almost made it into the finals. Or no, I think I did. Did I make it into the finals? I didn't win, but I think I placed like 3rd or something like that. It's a good deck. It only has the issue of like you have all these creatures that die really easily, and the creatures are what cause everybody to lose a lot of life, and so they die a lot. So you just have to be ready to like protect or recover your creatures from the graveyard, which is actually where cards like Mourner's Surprise and Emergency Weld are really gas. It might be worth looking at Indulging Patrician again. Hot art is important. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this guy's kind of like, you know, he's got like, you know, a dude who like aged well, you know, he's got like hot dad vibes, right? You could see that. Yeah. I think we can play with that for sure. What else do we have here? Any more artifacts in the deck? How many artifacts? Mirrorsmith. Yeah, Mirrorsmith. So I have that in the sideboard. Is Mirrorsmith what we want to be doing? It's whenever you cast an artifact spell. Mirrorsmith. I don't know. Zach, I see you saying it's hype. Here's a question. How does it compare to this? And should this be in the deck? Maybe it should be. This only activates if something died this turn. It's a 1/4. Nice big body. It's an artifact itself. It creates artifacts. It's instant speed. So we can do this during opponents' turns to get twice as many tokens. Rocks all make 2 tokens. Oh. Yeah, Mirrorsmith basically turns every mana rock into like a power stone, dude. DBZ says this all makes me just want to play Mayhem Devil. The impulse to play Mayhem Devil is always a reasonable one. Although I will say, DBZ, that if you like Mayhem Devil, you ought to check out Legate Lanius. I'm not going to lie. Legate gives me the same Mayhem Devil feels, okay? But it, like, ends the game better. Because Legate Lanius is just such a huge Chad. He's so big. Like, you can play a turn 3, like, the sickest sequence I've ever done on Legate. Turn 1 Mortuary Beetle, or Mortician Beetle. Turn 2 Arcane Signet. Turn 3 Legate. Everybody sack a creature. Mortician Beetle became a 4/4. Legate became a 5/5. Next turn, untapped and played a Fleshbag Marauder. And like damn near killed somebody in combat with my control deck. Yeah. So, anyways. Yeah, Garrett, glad that you enjoyed that. We love Orzhov here. We as in me. I love Orzhov. Orzhov is fabulous. It's such a good color pairing. So, yeah, glad to share all that. Yeah, Patrician's good. Yeah, Legate is drunk in Idaho, more like it. He's just so angry, just so angry he doesn't die. And Legate's another one of those cool ones where, like, by design, Legate doesn't really die because people don't want to kill or bounce. They don't want to kill, bounce, or edict your Legate because you'll replay it, make them lose another creature, and it'll come back just as big, right? Legate is not a 2/2. It's always a 5/5, and then it becomes an 8/8, and then it becomes, or actually it can be more. Yeah, 9/9. Or no, opponent. It's only opponent's control. So it'd be fun to watch Mayhem Devil try to keep up with this deck. Mayhem Devil and this deck. There's elements of Mayhem Devil that would like hose this, but there's elements of this that hose Mayhem Devil. Mayhem Devil would have a hard time like winning the game against this. Yeah. Okay, so we've got 8 cards to cut. And I haven't, I mean, I guess like Corrupted Conviction and Village Rites. Sure. Let's just do it. We need to get to a point here where we can say we finished it. Triplicate Spirits. If this is like 3 mana, I'm super happy with it. Even if it's 4 mana. Even if it's 4 mana, I'm happy with this. What other Convoke cards do we have? I didn't check that. Cut Short. Oh, geez. Yeah. Oh, Mob. Mob is a card that you don't see in a lot of decks. But, you know, it do be like Snuff Out. Like, what are the chances that we have like 3 creatures in play? It's 2 mana then, which is like totally reasonable. Yeah, Mob would be really cool to try. God, Unmake the Graves would be crazy if you had Ashnod's Altar, right? You like, wait, can you Convoke tap as paying for the spell and then use Ashnod's Altar to also pay for the spell? I'm pretty sure you can. Your creatures can help you cast the spell. When you're casting it, you tap them. So you declare the casting of the spell, paying with Convoke and with your Ashnod's Altar. Yep, this is some KCI shit, right? So Convoke with Convoke with a token, sack it. So if you could tap Bertram, tap a token, that's 2. Tap another token, sack 2. Yeah, I guess this would be interesting to explore too, but yeah, it's getting lost in the sauce. Yeah, Cut Short is another one. It's basically like white Snuff Out. So then Arkham's Astrolabe, as weird as it seems, if we're cutting, okay, if we're cutting Village Rites, then we're probably cutting Nihil Spellbomb and Astrolabe. Yeah, Altar in this deck is going to be gross. Super, super good. Like casting these things for super cheap. Like, I mean, yeah, it's very strong. Casting like multiple initiative creatures backed by like an edict and like holding up a kill spell. It's going to be busted. Because like Arkham's Astrolabe and Nihil Spellbomb are both good cards in Plunder decks, but neither of them create food for Bertram. And the food for Bertram is what's important. That's what we're identifying, I think. Like in all these discussions about, is it Village Rites? Is it Corrupted Conviction? Is it Costly Plunder? Is it Reckoner's Bargain? And none of those cards are still in the deck, as you can see, right? The cards that have remained are the Plunder cards that make a token, which would be, or like Blood Fountain makes a token too. The ETB creatures. But then why are they there? I mean, okay, because by the same vein, like why Dusk Legion? I mean, Dusk Legion Zealot, Mordor Muster at least gives us 2 bodies, right? Austin says you have to activate mana abilities before you begin to pay the total cost. Oh, okay. So you cannot Convoke and okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, it sounded a little iffy to me, but There's stuff like that where like when you sacrifice a chromatic star, it still counts towards affinity or stuff like that, right? Where it kind of sounded like it worked. Okay, so scratch all that about that. Austin's got the thing. If you're watching this later on, you can go and open the chat right now, and you'll see that Austin wrote exactly how that works. Rule 601.2G and H. That's still fine though. We only have like one Convoke card in the whole deck. So like, am I mean, because there is a world, right, where instead of playing ETB, like creatures at ETB and make and just draw a card that don't do anything else, right? Like Dusklegion Zealot wouldn't make the cut. Mordor Muster would, because it's coming in with 2 bodies, right, and a card. Dusklegion Zealot doesn't. You know, like our Mourner's Surprise and our Emergency Weld would make the cut because they're making a token when they do it. And then instead, in their place, we would play something different. How much graveyard hate do we have? We have 4. And then, you know, we also have the Orzhov Basilica, which can pick it up. So Nihil Spellbomb getting cut doesn't actually, like, harm us too much because we already have Beckon and Rotten Reunion. I will say, O Graveyard, O Exile type instant, O token. Yeah, there's like Vile Rebirth, which is graveyard hate that makes a 2/2, but it has to be a creature that you exile, and that kind of kills it. There's also Funeral Pyre, but this one exiles a card from a graveyard, and then its owner creates a 1/1 spirit token. So this card would give us 2 tokens, one of them flying, if we exiled our own card, which is nice in a pinch. But it's usually, if it's used for graveyard hate, it's going to be giving the token to the opponent, which is where this one is really much better. Also hybrid. This card is very cool. So like, I guess I'm just wondering about the like Dusklegion Zealot, Arkham's Astrolabe, Nihil Spellbomb, are all in that category of cards that basically are just purely there because they work with the Plunder game plan. But if we're leaning into the Baron, then the Baron says, I am the Plunder game plan and I am the tokens. You just need to make tokens. If you make tokens, I will double them. It's like a match your own, like a matching 401k plan. That's this guy. This guy looks like he manages a 401k plan, you know, like stacks of money, dude. Like a matching Roth IRA of some sort. Okay, well, we're going to do it. I'm just going to start cutting cards, okay? Wow, that is a low number. Ugh. The last time I had a control deck that had that few draw spells in it was the last time I had a black creature in the command zone that drew cards, and that was Corpse Augur. Corpse Augur does not need any card draw in the deck because Corpse Augur draws too many cards. Do we talk about those stacks of stuff that are on his desk? Oh, yeah. What's on his desk? What's on his desk, Precious? You know, I want to say gold, but it's not. It's not gold, I don't think. It's too dark. It's too dark to be gold. And it's like glowing off the bottom. It's like some sort of like iridium or some sort of like fancy thing. And then books, many leather-bound books. I'm quite sure that his apartment or his mansion smells of rich mahogany because he's a very important man. Yeah, his retirement plan is well planned out. Many human livestock in pens. And it's like an investment where like, you know, you like live off the interest. He lives off of the interest because in the pens, you know, the people make more people and then he can drink their blood. Supplies, something money, you know, money and blood. Chalupas from Taco Bell. Definitely. This stream has been pretty based. You guys are pretty fun today. You guys are like filling in for where like my physical limitation is would otherwise have made this agonizing. So thank you guys. Latium the Ferengi would be jealous. Latium the Ferengi. I don't know what that is. What is another card that makes... Well, no, we can't be adding cards. Bad. So what about this? Type instant, type sorcery. I don't know if you guys do this at all, but like sometimes I'll look for more cards in a vain attempt to find a card that changes things so that my cuts are easier. But I think it's just copium, because what actually happens is then I add more cards to the deck, and then it's harder to finish the deck. I'm very much calling myself out right now. Charge of the Mites. This card could actually do some work. These tokens suck, though. They don't block. These toxic Phyrexian Mite tokens suck so bad. 3 mana. It kills things, makes tokens. Sends Enlistment. It's a lot of bodies. Crib Swap would be so sick to put in here, but when you're in black, you don't play Crib Swap. Star Trek. Latium the Ferengi. The Ferengi. Yeah. I admit I don't know a whole lot about Star Trek. I would consider myself a giga nerd, and yet I do not know much about Star Trek. I'm more into the Grimdark. I like 40k. Papa Nurgle has blessed me this day. I really wish we had Late to Dinner in the deck. That would have been really cool. Join the Maestros. So sack a creature with 2 or greater. So you can't just sack 2 creatures to make... Yeah, okay. Oh, Moan of the Unhallowed. That's a cool card. Shh, Jake. Let me cook, my friend. I just have to Jake calling me out. You know, Recruit the Worthy is kind of interesting. It's kind of bad, actually, right? Like, it is an engine to, like, make lots and lots of bodies. You could go super hard with this, right? Oh my god, this deck would kill, absolutely kill, for a color-shifted Sprouting Swarm, or Sprout Swarm. Absolutely would commit grave crimes against humanity for access to that. Renegade Getaway, permanent, indestructible, 1/1. Return Triumphant. Man, this card's really good. It's so sad that we're not playing it. It's like, oh man, it should be in the deck. It should be in the deck. Because, right, like, a lot of the cards that we're looking for are not actually creatures. They're sorceries or instants that are cheap, that make a 1/1 or, like, make some sort of token and then provide some sort of value. Return Triumphant gives us the creature back from the graveyard. It's going to buff it up, which is cool. But it's also having the hero roll token, which is creating the body. So this is like equivalent of Mourner's Surprise. It's the same thing. It's probably wrong to not play this. It's the same thing as Mourner's Surprise. It's 2 mana. It makes 1 body instead of... Well, it makes 2 bodies, right? You get a body back. Dude, yeah, Sprout Swarm would be disgusting in this deck if it were color shifted. Like, incredibly, incredibly good. Oh, there's incubator tokens. Destroy target non-artifact, non-token artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Incubate 2. War and Weirding is kind of interesting. So target player sacks a creature, a sorcery speed. If a goblin is sacked this way, that player creates 2 black 1/1 rogue tokens, and those tokens gain haste. This is designed for Rakdos Goblins deck, where you do it to yourself. You are confronted by robbers. It's a lot of bodies. Okay, so we did all this, and all I got was this dumb t-shirt that says I added a card when I was supposed to be cutting it. Cool. Cool. Okay, let's do something here. Let's add a land, and let's playtest now, and let's see how it feels. Do we have Renegade Map in here? We don't, but I think that we actually do want to play Renegade Map now. Because Renegade Map works with our curve. We can go turn 1 Renegade Map, turn 2 we miss a land drop, sack the map, play our Arcane Signet, right? We can do that. It works with our curve nicely, and it's like plunderable, which is good. We could also go down to 34 lands. It's a little like, you know, a little risky. 34 lands and 104 in the main deck, meaning we need to add 2 lands to account for the extra cards that we have in, like 1 or 2. Yeah. All right. And then, oh, it's a $100 deck. That's crazy. Okay. Immediately, no lands. That's lovely. 2 lands, 2 rocks, Shambling Ghast. Yeah, this is great. Love this hand. Greedy Freebooter and Shambling Ghast. Cool. So Witch's Cottage. Okay, so do we go turn to... Yeah, I think what we do is we go turn to Shambling Ghast and Greedy Freebooter. Because this turn, we can go 1, 2, Mightstone. Yeah, Jake, the Renegade Map is not my tech originally. Erosium, who might be in the chat right now, was the one that kind of came up with that in the first place. And the idea being it's a 1-mana artifact that comes into play tapped. It's going to get you a land, or later on in the game, you draw it and you plunder it away. It basically acts a little bit like an artifact land. It's a little worse than an artifact land. A lot worse than an artifact land. Yeah. Yep. And in a deck like this where food is everything, just want to, like, you know, get another one. There's 2 more, but they're actually 2-mana versions of it. They're 1 to cast and then 1 to activate. So those ones are more like a Gloomfang Mauler, right? Like a 2-mana cycler. Okay, Mind Stone into Guardian Idol. This is a pretty sick curve, right? Like untapping this turn with 5 mana. Mourner's Surprise, nothing in the graveyard, but we're going to put something in the graveyard. So now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, Baron. And then pass the turn. We're going to Vendetta something. Oh, and we're gonna have played the land, just tapped. Yeah, no value. That's fine. Okay, this is kind of cool. So 1, 2, sack, Greedy Freebooter. Yeah, we have to do it this way. So we sack the Greedy Freebooter. We're going to scry 1. Triplicate Spirits on top. Absolutely, we want that. So we'll draw that. And then we're going to make a Treasure and a Vampire. So let's move this over. I like to have my commander on the left side and then tokens coming off from that. And then Treasure here. And then what we're going to do is pay 1, 2 to cast Mourner's. Do we want to do that? So yeah, maybe we cast the Prismatic Lens And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we could, this is kind of crazy. We could actually just cast Triplicate Spirits and Mourner's Surprise, which is like wasting a little bit of the Bertram value, but we've got like Shambling Ghast and Greedy Freebooter. Check this out. 1, 2, Mourner's Surprise, make a Mercenary. Where's the Mercenary? Get Greedy Freebooter back. And then we pay... Oh, and we would have tapped differently. But yeah, pay 1 for Greedy Freebooter. Sack this. Tap, 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 tap. Triplicate Spirits. Dude, that's turn 5. That is really sweet. 1, 2, 3. I think the initiative's going to be good next turn. Yeah, wow. Okay, so that's a hot start, because now every activation is just 1 mana with these. So what we'll do is first start by running out this boy here, Goliath Paladin, which is going to get us a Plains, I believe. No, we need a Swamp to, well, we already have Witch's Cottage in play. I guess if we pick it up, we'll wish that we had white. We have... Wait, do we only have 1 white mana? Oh, that's not good enough. We're just gonna have to give up on the swamps here and just go Plains. And now that we don't have Astrolabe in the deck, we can actually we can reduce the cost of the deck too, which is great. Okay, so now we have 3 mana, and what we can do is pass the turn, right? We'd probably attack with these, maybe with this. And then somebody goes to attack us, and we're gonna block with probably like maybe the rogue. Yeah, the rogue and the Shambling Ghast. Yeah, or just the Shambling Ghast maybe. And then pay 2, sack the Shambling Ghast, which makes one of these, makes a treasure, draws a card. Oh my god, into Doomblade. Doomblade, creature, and then exile 1, 2, 3 cards from our graveyard to Spinning Darkness the other one. That is fucking so sick. Oh my god. Okay, and then we're going to untap, or we're going to put counters on something, which would probably be one of these spirit tokens. So we're going to do this here. Take that away. 1, 2, because putting counters on a spirit token like that is really good. And then draw for turn. And this is what we talked about in the presentation, was like, these are not dead. We can just sacrifice them to draw cards. Yeah, I mean, this is sweet. Now we're gonna go 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, we'll do this. Bertram sacking Greedy Freebooter, making a treasure, making a token, drawing a card. Goldmire Bridge, play it. And at this point, we probably want to just run out this right here, because we just have so much mana. And then we have 2 activations of Plunder. So we probably get in with these. We probably activate this to give one of these a buff. And then we pass the turn. During our opponent's turn, we tap 2. We probably sack the Mercenary. Actually, we have all the mana in the world. So we'll sack the this one. Sack this. Draw a card. Pay 2. Sacrifice this. Draw a card. That's kind of shitty. And then we probably had to block with, I mean, this is like a pretty hard board to attack into. So I'm having a hard time imagining that anybody's able to take it from us like profitably. So let's just say they don't. We goad somebody. Oh, God, jobless. Jobless. Yeah. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cast this boy. Yeah, right. Like you know, next turn if we don't draw like some like all of this right here, we're gonna play this. We're gonna draw a card, I think here. Yep. And then I think we just pay this into sacking like vampire rogues probably. Like 2 of them. So we attack. Yeah, maybe a dragon's breath, right? And so then what we do is we go 1, 2, you know, sacking this thing right here, draw a card, a lot of lands, sacking one of these, draw a card. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. It's a lot of mana sources in a row, but it's also fine. Like I think turn 8 we've interacted pretty like well with the table so far, and we've got like a very proactive plan now. So now when we untap, so somebody definitely came for the initiative this time around, and we probably had to block with all these things. We might have even lost like this creature, you know, depends on how heavy the attack was. But let's say we kept it, we kept the throne, and we can do here, view top 10. Oh, what's up? What's up, Crypt Rats? How you doing, buddy? Oh, yeah. That's game over right there, folks. That's game blouses. Crypt Rats has entered the chat and is large and in charge. Right there. That's all you need to see. That's straight up game over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 black. And we can actually do more because we're going to do Orzhov Signet, Mind Stone, and the Plains, tapping for Star Compass. So we just use our white mana to put more rocks into play. And then we hit people with these and probably this. We probably, we might clear the way for blockers. So maybe what we do is we go 1, 2, sack a token, draw a card, sick. And then 1, 2, sack this token, draw a card. And then we have 4 black. And so now we go 1 into Crypt Rats. 2 into Crypt Rats. And then we attack. And there's no blockers. And then we crack these 2 and we cast Extract a Confession. And because they have no creatures left in play, except for their big ones, they lose them all. And then we go to untap, and somebody's like, Crypt Rats has got to die. Now it has hexproof. Now it doesn't have hexproof, so they're going to try and kill it, right? So we probably have to pop it for 2. And then we use our commander to sacrifice it and draw a card. And then we draw for turn. Yeah, Dragon's Breath wasn't even that good there, right? And now we're just looking for any way to get Crypt Rats back. And actually we would have, this would have been it would have been getting a swamp and then shuffling and then drawing. Yeah. Play the land. Don't have like a ton on board, but we can always like draw more. And we have a lot of ways not to die. It's turn 9, right? So like any win before turn 12 is like pretty good. Even like turn 13 is okay. Actually, technically, it's like 2 standard deviations off of 9 is what it is. So it's like 7, turn 7 or turn 11. Can you sack and make 1/1s that survive while Dragon's Breath is on the stack? Sack and make 1/1s to survive. How do we make them survive? That's the question. So here, I think what we do is we just tap these. And actually what we can do is we can crack this Mind Stone on its own. We don't need Bertram to do that. Ichor Wellspring is welcome to the party. Draw us something good. Nothing good. That's okay. 1, 2. Sack the Ichor Wellspring. Draw. Battle Screech is cool. We've played our land for turn. Now we just pass the turn. Somebody tries to kill us maybe, and we go Prismatic Strands, and then we snuff something out, and then we untap and we forge. And this time we're going to forge the Spirit up to a 5/5. And now we have Mirkwood Bats. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mirkwood Bats. Oh my god. With Battle Screech, dude. Oh my god. Oh, it's so sick. Yeah. Ancient Den. 1, 2, 3, 4. Battle Screech. Bird Gang. Bird Gang. And we're going to flash it back. Probably what we do is we attack and then we tap this guy down because he's got vigilance. So we get to, or let's see, no. 1, 2, 1, 2. And drain the table for 4 each. No big deal. And then 1, 2. Oh, and we're actually going to get a vampire out of that as well. We'll just have that vampire. And then we'll pay 2, sack the vampire, draw a card, and then because something died, we can tragic slip something here. Yeah, this is sick. Turn 10 feels very like in control of the game. Feels like we interacted a lot. The thing with the rocks where we were just playing the rocks out and drawing off of them felt good. I definitely noticed the lack of like village rights in that. Village rights is definitely good because it's a lot cheaper to draw 2 cards. You see 2 cards, you don't need to have, you just have to have a token in play, right? So not having village rights did feel bad. I don't know what we're going to cut though. 1 sec, I got to mute. Oh, Grandfather Nurgle, bless thee. So we are 2 lands. Okay, so we might need to cut some ramp, right? That might be like the ultimate thing that needs to go is a little bit of ramp. Maybe, I mean, it's like, this actually felt insane. These cards felt really, really stupid. It's so much like gas in the tank. It felt really good to have a lot of rocks there. And the weird thing is we flooded out super hard. We drew tons of rocks and tons of lands. And I think we still would have won that game. Or at least had a good shot at it. Removal wise, 15 plus the 5 edicts plus 3. So yeah, it's a reasonable like amount. It's fine. We didn't see these come into play, but that's fine. Darksteel Citadel is another option we could pick for this deck, actually. Darksteel Citadel would come in before Renegade map, though, right? Like, so we definitely want Darksteel Citadel just to have another thing to sacrifice. And our pip requirements aren't as intense here as they are in some Orzhov decks. Orzhov decks actually are very pip hungry. So they're not always the best deck for a Darksteel Citadel. Prismatic Strands. What is this card doing for us? We don't have like an insane amount of life gain, to be honest. This is like a much more like our life gain would be, you know, our recovery would be like cranial plating on an attacker. you know, on a token. Because we don't have extort, we don't have mass drain, we don't even have Gary in here. Ah, damn it. Chat, how did you miss this? I'm gonna gaslight you guys for missing Gray Merchant of Asphodel. Yeah. How black is this deck? Oh, very interesting. 74% of all symbols. 31% colorless because of our mana rocks. Probably need to cut like a bad mana rock, like a Thought Vessel. I don't think we're going to ever have an issue with that being there. Thought Vessel, sideboard. Realistically, though, I do have to ask, actually, like, how many pips do we have? Yeah, DBZ, you're on the same wavelength, actually. How many pips do we have? Not a huge number, actually. Okay, I guess Gary doesn't go in this deck. I mean, it's a big life gain spell, and we don't have a lot of life gain. That is concerning. This is not the kind of Orzhov deck that just, like, laughs maniacally while you try to, like, ping it to death. This is definitely, like, the Orzhov deck that does not gain as much life. Which concerns me, you know. It's a little concerning. Life gain is important in control decks and in mid-range decks. I've been renaming some of my decks with like a sub archetype, so like plunder control or like stacks, or or like mid-range burn, stuff like that. Okay, I think what we're gonna do, chat, is we're gonna call it quits because I'm running out of steam. The food that I brought in here, the empty glass of tea, the water. I'm running out of resources and I'm running out of steam, chat. Papa Nurgle has blessed me too aggressively, and now I'm running out of steam. And I genuinely don't know what the next cuts are, and they're gonna hurt. So I'm gonna have to do them when I'm not already feeling upset about the cards that I want in the deck that aren't in the deck, if you know what I mean. So that's the thought. Garrett says, did we have too many lands in hand? Do we want like a card like Undertaker to pitch extra lands to keep getting our dudes back? We did have a lot of lands, but I think that might have been we have to be careful about recency bias because yeah, we did have we flooded, right? But that was like one test hand. And I don't think we would want, to go down on lands just because of that one. I see what you're saying though. Like it looked like we had a lot of lands and maybe it'd be nice if we could just get things back over and over again. But yeah, this deck could, leverage. There's a lot of really good like recursion out there. Like Wander in Death would be sweet in here. Death Denied would actually be super heavy. Although I don't know that Death Denied is ever better than Reaping the Graves. Reaping the Graves would be sick. Although a lot of the things that we've done to this deck have basically taken a lot, like the excess creatures out. We're still at 21, which is, by my estimation, that's just a little bit above the usual control deck. And the reason we got those in there is because we took draw spells out. So usually you have about 18 creatures, 22 kill spell sweepers, edicts, 22, 23 draw spells, 10 mana sources, 2 or 3 recursion, right? That's kind of like a common paradigm that I see play out. Yeah. Jake says, all hail Papa Nurgle. Papa Nurgle. That can be my my nickname in Discord for the next couple of days here. Zach says this was an insane stream. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it, my dude. And thank you, Zach. You brought a lot of like really good stuff to this, and all you guys, really, all you guys, gals, and otherwise out there, really, you know, this is one of those streams, and increasingly, like I'm only tackling projects lately that are hard, and so I actually need other people looking at these decks to help me grok that kind of stuff, because never in my life would I have cut Village Rites and Corrupted Conviction, which, let's be honest, those cards might need to come back in. We'll see. We'll see. From this deck. But like, that's the kind of heresy we need to engage in. You know, Horus Heresy level mania to like make good decks, right? Like, not all decks need to engage in major heresy, but decks that like commanders that ask us to, or commanders like this. I mean, this card makes the bodies, sacks the bodies, you know, for card draw. You know, it's got everything. It's self-contained, right? The incentives change, right? And we have to be cognizant of those so that we're not just like throwing cards in that we're like, oh, this thing like draws a card when it dies. Cool. Like, oh, you know, this card, you know, draws a card when it ETB. Like, oh, Astrolabe is good in all decks. Like, play it in here. Right? Like if we want to take our decks from like 90%, 95% to like 100%, you know, getting that last juice out of it where we're really pushing it to the next level, you have to be willing to slaughter your sacred cows. You have to be willing to go against the conventional way of thinking about things to eke out that last bit of value. So all you all who are here today, you really helped do that. Erosium, to Jake, DBZ Dragon, Garrett, Zach. We had a whole bunch of other people earlier here. Austin was in here. We had Sayan. Sayan was in here as well. I want to make sure I get all the names of all the folks who stopped on by. We had Alex was in here. We had Sniffhow from the Pals. Buddy stopped on by for a quick chat. Shannon. And Where's My Pants, of course. What would we do without him? So yeah, really appreciate all your feedback on this. And together, I think we've made something really exciting. You know, add this to the billboard of like other sick Orzhov decks that like need more testing. And to be honest too, if you all want to check it out, and I need to take this off of unlisted here. If you guys want to take a look at my Mox field and start looking at some of these decks, you know, there's like this one, Orzhov Rutstein. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we've built on Let's Build where like there fundamentally aren't enough cPDH players out there getting games in with these decks that we're building through the live streams to test all of them. I can't test them all. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to play as much Magic as I would like lately. I played Magic for like the first time in like 3 weeks since Sanctuary Open or something like that for pre-release because I've just been on the job search. I've been dedicating as much time, energy, and focus as I can. I have to be really single-minded when I do it because it's grueling. And the market out there for jobs is rough. It's so competitive, especially in the field that in my field of profession. And so I haven't been able to play very much, which means I haven't been able to test and continue to refine a lot of the decks that we build. So what I'm saying is you all should go and take a look at those lists and find the ones that you like and start getting games in with them. Because like we build good stuff together here, chat. Like we're broadening the horizons of the format, and the format is a different place, you know, for the things that we're building. So that's a really good thing. That's the goal. So yeah, to Jake, thank you. So with that, we're gonna do a couple of closing things here while I've still got your all's attention. Really appreciate you guys being here today, and make sure on the way out, if you do the free thing and leave a like on the stream, let the YouTube algorithm know that you enjoyed what we did together today. Also, if you stick around a little bit longer till the stream closes and you leave a comment for the algorithm, that's always great. Or if you have any feedback, positive, negative, constructive, I tend to be really good about getting back on feedback like that. In fact, I got some, it was like negative constructive feedback recently on one of the videos. Made sure to get right back to them, always respond to that stuff. You know, constructive feedback is really, really important. And I know like it's not always nice to receive feedback on stuff, but I try really hard to take what people are saying and integrate the parts of it that are constructive into making these things, this stream better. Like I'm always trying to improve this for you all because I love this format, I love this game, and I love interacting with you all. It makes it very easy to do. So that's that. The other thing is if you do want to take your support to the next level for the channel and for the work that I do here, for the work that we do together, you can go to patreon.com/common connoisseurs, where you can donate $2 a month, starts at $2 a month, for access to the supporters only section of the Discord, which it's not stated on the Patreon thing. I need to update the description. The biggest value you get out of that is that you get play-by-play updates on all of the decks we build through Let's Build, and I maintain all of them. Okay, I just want you to take a look at this number right here. Okay. Not all of these are cPDH, okay, but there are at least 50 fully updated cPDH decks. Spicy stuff. And I will tag all the connoisseurs in these updates, and I'll have it really nicely formatted. It'll say updates, it'll say the date, we'll provide the rationale for each card. I'll say what came out and what went in. So it's not just like these cards came out, these cards came in, or just like a lot of people will say, I brought in these cards, but they won't say what they cut. And all that goes into there. You get early access on some of the ideas that we have. So like I'll pitch ideas to the connoisseurs and they can decide kind of which direction we want to go. You guys get to see like first things on like thumbnail design. You get to advise me on that. There's a whole bunch of stuff. We also vote on videos. I've been getting more consistent about posting polls where we've got a bunch of stuff. When we get into spoiler season, I'd usually kick it up into high gear and we start doing a lot of videos like Honest Rutstein and Baron, and those take precedent. But for the stuff in between the sets, that's where you all get to vote on what Let's Builds we do from a selection of things that we have or provide me ideas. But it's a great way to have great access to me and a great way to support the channel. So without blabbing on too much longer here, thank you all so much for being here. Connoisseurs of Fine Common Cardboard. It was wonderful evening, even with blessings of Nurgle. And I really appreciate your attention and your support. So, and your participation. It was great. Wherever you are in the multiverse, we'll catch you on the battlefield. Peace out, friends.